Good morning, Chief.
Enter your meeting ID, followed by
Good morning, Commissioner Byrd. Can you hear me now?
I can, but I have a crazy echo.
That's interesting. I'm wondering, I see you logged in twice. Obviously, the last couple of weeks, it hasn't been an issue, so not sure. Is that any better, Commissioner Byrd?
Yeah, I must have I must have tried audio on Zoom or accidentally hit the wrong button there. Thanks, Chief.
You got it. Thank you. Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Chairman.
Good morning, Jason. Good morning, Mr. Jeff Albright. I have not seen you for a while. And I don't think you heard me.
Hey, Jeff Albright, can you hear me?
He may not want to hear us.
Jeff, could you please press unmute? Make sure I can hear you. I know you're registered for public comment today. Can you hear me, Jeff? Good morning. Mr.
Morning,
Albright,
Jeff.
Mr. Albright, we cannot hear you. Can you please speak into the microphone? Make sure we have it connected appropriately. I'll try to call him, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah. Okay. Checking in with commissioners. Welcome, Joe. Jeff, are you on?
Yes, sir. Good morning.
Good morning,
Mr.
Jeff.
Chair.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. I'm here.
Good morning. And Commissioner Hall, do we have you? We'll give her a minute.
Good morning.
Oh, good morning, Commissioner Hall.
Mhm.
I guess we're ready to get started. So for the pledge, oh, I see Colin Gillespie on there. Colin, do you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Commissioner.
Now, can you do the pledge?
I can.
Okay, you might want to turn up your volume.
Is this better?
Yeah.
Okay. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I need some help on the New Mexico one.
Cynthia, you can take that.
Yeah. I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico, the Zia symbol of perfect friendship among united cultures.
Okay. Colin's been very helpful to me the last couple of weeks, so I figured I'd punish him for, no good deed goes unpunished.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Kind of you.
Consideration and approval of agenda.
So moved.
Well, I would
I'll
like to make one amendment here, one change, and that is to do a portion of our commissioners' comments at the top, and specifically in relationship to some collection notices that have gone out from some of our utilities. And I would like to cover that directly after public comment, if people are okay with that.
Fine.
I'm okay with that.
Yes.
Okay, terrific.
Mr.
So are you moving with that amendment, Cynthia?
Yes,
Okay.
I'll move with that amendment.
Mr.
Thank you.
Chairman, I hate to interrupt, but I have a change to the consent agenda.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry. This is Russell. Isaac sent an email around this morning noting that for case number 21-00041, the commissioners did not receive the correct memo through the agenda. So that's for the Valencia Mesa matter. So I would recommend taking that off of the consent agenda, period, and I could just put it on next week. There's no particular urgency. And even though it appears it's a simple order, my memo had a lot of detail about why I was making this recommendation.
Okay. So moving as twice amended, Commissioner Hall?
Yes, it is twice amended and I move it.
Okay. And I will second. And Michael, take the roll.
Commissioner Baseni Aguilar,
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman,
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas,
Aye.
Commissioner Hall.
Aye.
Commissioners, the agenda as modified is approved by a vote of 5-0.
Introduction of special guests.
Mr. Chairman, this is Jason. I don't have anybody signed up for introduction of special guests today.
Okay. Terrific. And public comment?
Mr. Chairman, this is Jason again. Yes, we do have a few people that are signed up today. Mr. Albright, if you can hear me, we were trying to get your audio connected.
Should be good. Should be good.
Okay, I can hear you now, Mr. Albright. Thank you. Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, this morning we have Mr. Jeff Albright registered for public comment. The subject of the comment is on the Navajo Telecom siting notice and rulemaking. This is not a case in front of the PRC, so comment should be fine. I've already checked with the Office of General Counsel. And then I believe after Mr. Albright, we have four others, Mr. Chairman. Jeff, this is being recorded, Jeff, and the commissioners have limited public comment to 3 minutes. If you have, unless they allow further. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Good morning, Chairman Fishman and commissioners. And Commissioner Maestas, we haven't had the opportunity to meet in person yet, but I hope that before too long that's possible for us to do. So I just wanted to update the commission on the initiative that's going forward with regard to the NMPRC 20-001. That's the notice of proposed rulemaking and the extension of the comment period. First, I want to thank Commissioner Teresa Baseni Aguilar for sending the information out to a number of the telecommunications providers, making the announcement of this proceeding that's before the Navajo Nation. And shortly after she sent that announcement out, there was an extension of time that was noticed by the Navajo Nation, by the NMPRC. And that has changed where public comments are now due no later than April 9th, 2021. And the rules themselves, there's going to be, at least tentatively, a public hearing on that on April 26, 2021. There are a number of provisions. I won't go through all of the details on it, that it looks like it will affect both wireless and wireline telecommunication providers with regard to such things as leases, telecommunication equipment, co-location on towers, co-location on non-tower structures as well, things like light poles and tanks and other facilities that some of the wireline and some of the other providers have made use of on the Navajo reservation. I have recommended that we discuss this. I forwarded this to Steve Metz and talked to Steve, and we put it on the agenda for the SRUSF meeting that's coming up. That's scheduled for March 23rd, our regular advisory board meeting. I'm a member of that board, and we're going to discuss it and just take a look at it, because there may be some impacts with regard to the timeline and the procedures on the projects that are filed under the SRUSF broadband program. We would also encourage staff to take a look at it, perhaps Eugene and some of the other folks who evaluate those projects. We think that there could be some impact timing wise with regard to when those projects are submitted and when they get final approval, since there are additional requirements in this notice in the proposed rulemaking at this point for getting approvals from the chapter houses and getting approval from the Navajo Nation itself, which is a little bit beyond what we currently have in the SRUSF rules. So I didn't want to say much more than that. I don't think there's any need for me to go through the specific provisions of the rule. We're going to try to cover those during our board meeting. But I would encourage the commission and the staff to take a look at it from that aspect of the impact that it might have timing wise. And of course, this rule isn't limited only to New Mexico. It applies throughout Utah and Arizona as well, since it applies to the entire Navajo Nation. There are several telecommunication providers that are looking at this as well and may provide independent comments. I don't have confirmation on that yet, but I wanted to so inform the commission that things are moving forward, and there could be some potential impact schedule-wise on the process of applications for the broadband projects throughout the nation. So with that, I'll stand for any questions, but appreciate again the efforts of Commissioner Vicente Aguilar on this, and whatever you folks deem may be worthwhile to take a look at internally for the commission. And certainly after the SRUSF board, we will let the commission know what our recommendations might be along those lines.
Thank you, Jeff. Teresa, did you have any follow-up you wanted to do on this one?
Mr. Chairman, no, I think Jeff covered it, and we will be watching it closely as commissioners, I believe. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar. Thank you, Jeff.
Okay, thank you very much.
Next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Albright. Next up, we have from the Southwest Energy Efficiency Project, SWEET project, a COVID moratorium. Tammy Fibercorn, representative.
Thank you, Jason. Good morning, commissioners.
Good morning.
Thank you for allowing me to speak this morning. I've sat through several PRC meetings and numerous legislative hearings about the impact of COVID on New Mexicans, particularly low-income New Mexicans. I was very concerned when the PRC issued the order to phase out the COVID disconnection moratorium and allow disconnections again starting in May. I heard the utilities argue strongly for that and for the end of the moratorium. I listened after utility said that they had no intention of cutting customers off, that they, quote, take care of their customers, and that their only goal was to get folks onto payment plans. Then last week, well in advance of the allowed disconnection date in the PRC order, folks began getting disconnection notices. These notices were sent out in English only to some of the lowest income neighborhoods in our state. I just want to read you the text of one of these notices. It says, this is to notify you that your service will be disconnected if payment of the total due amount is not received in our office by 10 a.m. on this date, 3/16/21. This threatening language did as the utilities intended. It scared people into paying their bills by taking out payday loans, skipping essentials like food, or from borrowing from friends and family. They believed, as anyone reading this notice would, that their service would be cut off on March 16th if they did not pay in full. No mention was made about the federal funds available to renters for utility bill payments. No explanation of the moratorium or the process, just bullying language to scare people. Does that sound like taking care of customers? It doesn't to me. And if you think the panic from this week was upsetting, just wait until the moratorium truly ends. People who have been unemployed or otherwise financially impacted by COVID will begin getting disconnection notices that will be followed up with actual disconnections. There is a bill at the legislature that would provide these folks assistance. HB 206 is the answer New Mexico needs to help our low-income neighbors get out from under the mountain of utility debt they've accumulated through no fault of their own. I sincerely hope the PRC will do all it can to ensure that resources are provided and explained to our low-income neighbors, and that they are helped, not scared, through the process of this moratorium ending. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll be following up on that topic right after public comment. So thank you. And next, Jason.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioners, next up, we have Joan Brown. Organization is New Mexico Interfaith Power and Light. The subject matter is utility cutoffs. Ms. Joan, if you could please unmute yourself.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Jason, and Chair, Commissioner Fishman, and other commissioners. My name is Sister Joan Brown, and I'm the Executive Director of New Mexico Interfaith Power and Light. And we work all over the state of New Mexico with faith leaders, faith communities, meaning congregations, temples, etc., and people of faith. And our area is climate justice, but we take an integral ecology approach that Pope Francis espouses. And so that means that we do work on areas of like energy concerns and care of creation, health concerns. And so that's why I'm before you here today to speak about concern of this moratorium cutoffs and some of the elements that Ms. Feeblecorn just noted, and also to encourage any kind of advocacy for SB 206. So while direct service is not our work this week, I found myself in the midst of that when I heard that some people were getting these notices. So we sent out an alert, and almost immediately I got several, emails with, the copies of these cutoff notices. I heard from somebody in the southeast part of the state that they'd been getting robocalls down there. And was quite concerned. So then I did outreach to some of our Catholic charities and some of our faith congregations that I know are very engaged in offering assistance to people and trying to work with them on their utility bills, just to alert them that this was happening and they had no idea. So while we work with education and helping people do energy efficiency and solar, advocacy is a big part of what we do as well. And it's this kind of education advocacy, but it's also called our people of faith to work on HB 206 in this time of COVID. Our houses of worship, our faith communities usually are very good at doing direct service help, but during COVID, they even have less resources. We need other kinds of assistance and programs such as HB 206 provides to address the some possible 57,000 families facing electricity disconnection and 27,000 families facing natural gas disconnection. These are real concerns that affect families and children and the elderly and the vulnerable and their physical and mental health and the stress. How are they going to provide for their families, which directly impact our faith communities and the work that we do and the presence that we are. So SB 206 would make a difficult situation better and help with a variety of resources, laddering approach to helping pay bills, etc. So we're wondering right now why faith people and others who are in this work and direct neighbors to people are not being heard. So we need to know why we're not being heard. We also are very, very grateful that you're going to address this issue of cutoffs here today at your commission meeting. As a Catholic, this is a time of Lent where we all need to search our souls and discern better ways to care for our neighbors. And you're addressing this issue, and SB 206, we believe, is an ethical and moral choice that we have in this moment. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you, Joan. Next.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. We have Ona Porter, Prosperity Works, regarding disconnect notices. Ona?
Good morning. We appreciate that the chair of the commission has put this on the agenda today. We think it is a critical issue. We know that while we have only seen a handful of disconnect notices, that thousands have gone out. And what is really interesting to me is that as we have asked the utility companies to come to the table around HB 206, what we have heard over and over again is that they have no intention of cutting off anyone. But these disconnect notices are clearly a threat, as Tammy has indicated. Now, we know that home energy is critical to people's ability to remain in a home, and that they do incredible things, stopping the use of their medicine, cutting back on food, not getting doctor's care in order to pay their bills. And this has been confirmed for us by work that we have done in over 300 homes in Albuquerque, providing energy efficiency retrofits. We have heard this over and over again. On average, people were living on $25,000 a year in a home that had 3 to 5 occupants. And these cutbacks are incredibly dangerous to their health and to their safety. So with HB 206, in addition to the ability with dignity to pay their arrears, there was also provisions for not being in this situation in the future. So having energy efficiency retrofits expanded, and also having a low-income discount rate for low-income people. The other thing that I think is critical for the commission to know is that a Colorado study found that the second leading cause of homelessness for families and children is the inability to pay their home energy bill. So as was stated by my colleague, Tammy Feeblecorn, one of the things that we can expect as the moratorium comes to an end is that we are going to see an incredible increase in homelessness. And once someone is homeless, the ability to be housed again is incredibly difficult and expensive. So we urge you to take action against these organizations that are sending out these disconnect notices and work with us to get HB 206 passed. Thank you for your attention, and we appreciate your consideration of this critical issue.
Thank you, Ona. Jason?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, last but never least, Castillo Aguilar, Yucca, regarding disconnect notices. Feel free to unmute yourself.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Castile Aguilar. I am with Yucca, which is a founding organizational member of the Santa Fe Mutual Aid Network. We have been present for the hearings on the shutoff moratorium. We have contributed to the language of HB 206, the Utility Debt Relief Bill, in the legislature right now. I am here today because we are very concerned to learn that some members of our communities are receiving disconnect notices at this time. As we await legislation and rulemaking, no members of our communities should have to experience the stress of being threatened with the loss of their electricity. Energy, especially in the time of a pandemic, is a basic right. Our community members need electricity to keep their food safe, for school, for work, and to access resources. We heard the utilities say in a previous hearing that they need to disconnect notices to threaten our community members into compliance with installment plans. Our families are juggling so much already. What they need is relief and support right now, not coercion. We ask you, Commissioners, to protect our communities, and thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Jason, does that complete public comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. That does complete public comment, those that have signed up for today.
Okay, so first of all, I want to say thank you to all of you and all of the advocates who have brought our attention to this matter. It's incredibly helpful to us in doing our work. And I just want to let you all know that we appreciate the time you spend and the time you spend serving the public. And so just thank you, and thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I think the individuals that have come before the commission meeting to express their concern, they're asking for assistance from the commission. I think we need to think about how we're going to assist them. I think we have a phenomenal public information officer that just came on board. She can probably send out a press release that the commissions receive these type of reports, and according to the moratorium that we have passed or that we have set in stone, it's not being followed. So I think it's really important that the commission, all the commissioners come on board and send a message to the public that these type of activity is not acceptable, and we definitely need to act on it in some way, Mr. Chairman. So that is my point for the public participants that came in to talk about it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar. At this point, we've officially moved on to our next point in the agenda that we moved up, which is comments from commissioners. And on this issue, just to lead off, I would like to suggest that we have the ability, even though this was not noticed on our agenda, that we do have the ability to take action and notify the Attorney General in an emergency like this. And as we go forward in our discussion on this topic, I'd like people to keep that option in mind, because I don't want to sit on this another week. I think we should act very quickly. But given that, I'll just, rather than hogging the conversation, let me turn it over to Commissioner Maestas. The two utilities that I'm aware of that have violated apparently our moratorium are both in Commissioner Maestas's district. So perhaps you'd like to make the first comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the public commenters, thank you for expressing your concerns over what has recently occurred. And I want to tell you that all the commissioners, including staff, are fully aware of what is occurring, from the Speaker's office to the executive, the Department of Finance Administration. So we've been getting a lot of calls. So your advocacy and concern has been far-reaching across our state government. So with that, I have a proposal for the commission to address this matter. And if I may, Mr. Chair, I'd like to propose it at this time.
Sure.
Commissioners and commission staff have received information that some rural electric cooperatives are issuing disconnection notices with disconnection dates that are prohibited by the Commission's February 3rd, 2021 order in case number 20-00205. Specifically, customers received notices that stated that their service will be disconnected if all past due amounts were not paid by March 10th in one situation and March 16th in another, implying disconnection would occur right after those stated dates. This Commission's February 3rd order expressly provides that the disconnection moratorium for cooperatives and other small water utilities is in effect for 45 days, which is through March 20th of 2021. The moratorium is followed by a 45-day transition period through May 5th of 2021. During the transition period, residential disconnections for non-payment are prohibited as long as the governor's public health order is in effect. In other words, the rural electric cooperatives and small water and gas utilities are prohibited by commission order from disconnecting any residential customer for non-payment until after May 5th, 2021. And further, such utilities are prohibited from sending out disconnect notices that say or imply that disconnection for non-payment will result prior to May 5th of 2021. Following discussions with the Office of General Counsel and our utility division staff, I propose the commission take a few steps to address these premature disconnection notices and clarify the current status of the February 3rd, 2021 order. First, staff should write a letter to all utilities to clarify that residential disconnections are prohibited until after May 5th for rural electric cooperatives and small water and gas utilities. And after August 12th, for investor-owned electric utilities and large gas companies, and what steps utilities can take during the transition period to proactively work with customers to establish repayment plans. Second, the commission should issue a press release providing this clarifying information to the public to ensure that customers are fully aware of these protections under the order. Finally, the commission should issue an order in case number 20-00205 to clarify that in addition to the ongoing prohibition on residential disconnections, a utility may not communicate a disconnection date to customers that occurs before the disconnection may occur. While these actions were noticed on today's agenda, I've discussed the Open Meetings Act implications with our Office of General Counsel. I believe this is a situation that qualifies as an emergency matter where the commission can take action and provide the Attorney General notice of the action taken and the circumstances creating the emergency to be ratified at the next commission meeting on March 24th. And at this point, Mr. Chair, I'd like to call on Mike or Judy if they have anything else to add to my proposal.
Mr. Chairman, this is Michael Smith. No, I believe Commissioner Maestas has appropriately stated the requirements of the Open Meeting Act.
Okay.
So with that, Mr. Chair, I'd like to move that the commission adopt my 3 recommendations for addressing this matter.
Just a little bit of discussion, if we may, but does anyone have a second at this point?
Mr. Chair, I'll go ahead.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Mr. Chair, I think as commission, the way that we would like to take care of certain complaints or certain correction to the orders that we have approved in the past. And if Commissioner Maestas can share the language that he just read, because I would like to be informed ahead of the meeting of these type of recommendations. I don't think we should work and approve and make decisions simultaneously. That's not good for the public. If one commissioner has a proposal, it needs to be shared with the other 4 commissioners. That way we can read the proposal and we will have an input and discussion. I agree with what Commissioner Maestas has stated, but I just feel that this is something that we can probably share ahead of time. And, you know, it's almost like you need to make a decision today. You don't have a written form in front of you, but you need to make a decision. We're being pushed that way, and I dislike that approach. So that's just my comment on that, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Commissioner Hall?
Mr. Chair, I wanted some clarification from General Counsel. I understand we'll be notifying the Attorney General, and I have nothing against that. But I know that we have enforcement powers of our own. For example, we could call the offending utility or utilities in under an order to show cause why they've taken this action. And I wonder if General Counsel could expand on that idea somewhat for us. Because that was the first thing that popped into my mind when I heard about this, and I just heard about the notices, but I didn't know about a proposal. I'm fine with the proposal, but certainly. But I'd like to suggest, if there's no objection by general counsel that we also take an enforcement action to make it very clear and do it swiftly, unless it's somehow inappropriate in the minds of our general counsel, to make it clear that we're very serious about this. So could we just have Mike talk about that some?
Go ahead, Mike.
Commissioners, so the requirements for, I mean, yes, the commission certainly can request that I think an order to show cause could be brought. Normally, the commission issuing an order to show cause has some issues because we're going on the basis of information that hasn't been verified. I suppose there is enough here. We could issue an order to show cause against the two specific utilities. Normally, an investigation by staff and a recommendation by staff as to whether an order to show cause is appropriate is sort of the preferred method by which we would bring an order to show cause, because staff has the ability to conduct an investigation and present evidence in support of an order to show cause. So we're kind of missing a section of the inquiry or the investigation unless staff does that. But we certainly could do an order to show cause that included an order to staff to conduct an investigation as part of that. It's a little more procedurally complicated, but yes, we can do that.
Well, Mr. Chair, I'd like to suggest that we consider that, and I'd like to ask if Commissioner Maestas would consider including something like that in his proposal, or I could propose it separately if he prefers not to. But I think it's something we should pursue, and it's simply an order to require the utility to come in and show cause why they shouldn't be held in violation of our order, and explain what they're doing, and it can happen quickly. So, and it sends a message.
Hang on one second,
Yeah.
Commissioner Maestas.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Commissioner Hall.
Oh, well, I was just going to say, it'll make it clear that we're not just taking actions that won't result in some, quick response to the utilities. I mean, with notifying the Attorney General's office is good, but we don't know what else is on their plate, what other matters they're dealing with, if they can respond quickly, but we do have this tool. So that's the reason I propose it.
Okay, back to Commissioner Maestas.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. That was, part of our discussions in coming up with this multi-pronged approach. And, in response to Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, I mean, this is an emergency matter, and that's why we don't have the luxury of looking at a proposal well in advance, because we need to act swiftly, as Commissioner Hall said. And so, yeah, I am, perfectly okay with including filing issues, or orders to show cause for the two utilities in question. And perhaps we should ask staff to look into this to see how pervasive it is, because I think, as was mentioned before, we just have a sampling of these improper disconnection notices. And I think it's incumbent upon us to really get a handle on how extensive it is across the state.
I agree with that, Mr. Chair. I was sitting here thinking I need to find out from my constituents somehow if they've been receiving these too.
Okay, Commissioner Hall. Apropos of Commissioner Maestas's comments, I spoke with General Counsel yesterday, and a suggestion I made was that we should ask all of the utilities to send us copies of collection notices that they've sent out in any form, and just send them to the commission to see how pervasive this might be. And the reason I asked for that was I understand that for lots of these utilities, there's lots of financial pressure right now and lots of temptation to slip on this moratorium. And based on what we've seen from two utilities, I don't think we should be assuming that everything else is okay. So I think it does make sense to just ask them. And as best I can tell, there might be 3 or 4 different forms that each utility has. I don't think it'd be too much paper, but I know, Mike, that you had a concern about that. So please, Mike, speak to that point.
I think we're getting into sort of different issues here, but the issue the emergent issue that's really in front of the commission is the fact that there appears to be utilities who either are misapprehended or are intentionally disregarding the commission's prior order on disconnections. As I said, the preferred route would be to do an investigation, and gather the evidence and determine whether there have been violations. With that respect, in terms of bringing an order to show cause, I think that's really something that should be brought back before the commission next week with an order to summons the utilities that may have violated before the commission, because there would not be an opportunity right now to include in an order to show cause the sufficient information, all the information that staff might be able to get. And there's a requirement of due process that they have to have an opportunity to respond to the allegations. It's not really a summary proceeding at this stage. I think.
No, Michael, I'm not asking for a proceeding or anything else. This is just an information request from all of the utilities so that we can just track whether this is a more widespread problem. And if it's a problem going on now, I think the reason we've called it, and the reason I put it at the top of the agenda, is I agree with Commissioner Maestas, this is an emergency. And I don't want more of these notices going out from other utilities. And I think this is one way of putting everyone on notice. We're collecting the information now, and no one's going to be getting away with anything in the meantime. And it just doesn't seem to be that burdensome to say, hey, you might have 4 or 5 different kinds of forms you sent out. We need to see them all from whatever you sent out in the last month or whatever you're planning to send out in the coming month. And please send it forward. And I think that protects the public. I think it helps protect them.
So, Commissioner Fishman, yes, obviously the commission has the power to investigate whether the utilities are in fact complying with the commission's order in the same fashion as it would be with regard to the 2 that we have information may not be in compliance. Obviously, I think what you're asking for then is the form of notice as opposed to the specific notices that may have been sent. I'm not sure I guess that's the only clarification that I would suggest be made, because obviously if you're asking a smaller co-op for the specific notices, that may not be that many documents, it may not be that burdensome, but if you're asking PNM for the specific forms that were sent to thousands of customers, that might be somewhat burdensome. And it might be, difficult for the commission to process through. But that's the only issue I'm raising with regard to the volume of what you may be seeking.
Yeah. So essentially, if somebody sent a notice out all we need is one copy of what went out and what that form was. And it has to be not just the generalized form, but the form of a mailing that went out. And we just need one copy of each form that might have gone out over the last month. And that's all we'd be
And to how
asking,
many?
know what the communications have been. The other reason I'm raising it is because of the two examples we got, I think as Tammy Feeblecorn pointed out in her public comment, was that it kind of artfully didn't say specifically the date that they would be closing. It just implied it. And I got the sense that somebody thought that they were, by doing that, that they were conforming to the letter of our order on the moratorium. And I want to see if anyone else is looking at it and trying to play word games with it as opposed to complying with the spirit of it. And getting copies of these notices will help us figure out if there's any more of that going on.
So, Mr. Chairman, I guess one thing I would caution about drawing conclusions necessarily about the specific matters that were raised to the commission about two utilities, because if we are going to be moving forward potentially with an order to show cause, I don't think we should be trying to draw judgments at this point about what may be involved in there.
Well, so that's not a judgment, that's a concern.
Okay. The second thing is with regard to the form that is sent, of notice that is sent, I guess the issue is the forms that are authorized for the utilities to send are going to would be the forms that actually are on file with the commission. I guess the question is whether the notices that actually were sent were those authorized forms, and specifically also with regard to some of the forms we saw, it appeared information, obviously specific information, is inserted into those forms, in one instance by handwriting. So actually, I think if you really want to know what's going on, unfortunately, I think the more burdensome requirement of seeing the actual notices that were sent probably would be necessary.
Yeah, I think it needs to be an example of the actual notice that was sent. But we don't need 1,000 of them. We just need one example. And
actually, Mr. Chairman, that's what I'm saying is the example.
Yeah.
The example of the form that is they have a form that's on file with the commission.
No, I understand that.
Right.
We need to ask for exactly what was sent out and anything that may be different than the form that's on file or may have been modified. I mean, I don't think it's that difficult to ask that. I feel a little bit like I'm arguing with you, but this feels like something pretty simple to ask for. And I'm not quite sure what the hangup is.
Mr. Chairman, if
Yeah.
I may, let me just suggest my proposal as an initial step. I think it represents several things. It puts all the utilities on notice and reminding them where we're at in this moratorium. Secondly, it proposes to have our PIO issue a press release to notify the public to ensure that the customers are aware of their protections.
Sure.
And I think the only, the third proposal, which is the commission issuing an order to clarify the ongoing prohibition on residential disconnections, that represent a cease and desist, and that the only added, I think, measure would be to instruct staff to look into the specific matters of improper notices and subsequently come forward with an order to show cause. And in the letter to all utilities, perhaps we can just ask for information regarding any disconnection notices that have been sent out. And if so, how many? So we could gather general information to get a handle on what other utilities have done across the state. And when we get that information, then I think that can equip our staff to maybe do a broader investigation beyond the improper disconnection notices that we are specifically aware of.
Yeah. So Mike, obviously putting that as part of the letter, is that a problem?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I guess the question I have is the commission desiring to do this itself, or is the commission proposing that its utility division staff to conduct the investigation? I think it's probably more appropriate that we would either open a docket or issue an order under this existing docket, asking staff to conduct an investigation and report back. Because otherwise we're really cutting out the role of staff in what is potentially an adjudicatory process.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Hall.
I think we're getting somewhere now here. I think the issue with the letter that Mike had concern about had to do with whether or not we wanted to investigate or we want staff to investigate. And I think the appropriate thing is for staff to investigate. And I like the idea of including it in the docket that we have ongoing now, that we want them to conduct an investigation. But I think it should be an investigation that's, commenced very speedily and, give the utilities, it shouldn't take the utilities that long. I would say by next week, we should be able to get some information back so that we can make a decision next week, whether or not we want to issue an order to show cause. But since this is an emergency, we need to get moving on it pretty quickly. And I know I assume Commissioner Maestas wants to have us make a decision on this proposal today. I think we should. I think I would be fine if that request for information came through staff because that's the best way to set up for an order to show cause. So
Okay.
I would suggest we do the latter of what Mike suggested or described.
So,
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Yes. I've been listening to many representatives from the utility companies about the moratorium. And if you recall, one representative from a utility company in January 2021, he did not take us seriously. He said he is ready to send out the disconnect notices tomorrow. That's what he stated during the open meeting in January. So you have to go back to your notes, the meeting minutes from January 2021. Yes, there was a representative that said, I am ready to send out disconnect notices tomorrow. So I feel that this needs to be a bold movement. And I agree with Commissioner Hall, an investigation is the proper thing to do right now. Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion from Commissioner Maestas on his steps. I don't think we officially got a second.
Second.
Second from Commissioner Hall. If there are no more comments, Mike, let's take a vote on Commissioner Maestas.
Chair.
Oh, Commissioner Berg?
Thank you. Commissioner Maestas, can you read through those again?
I sure can. In fact, I've been making amendments based on where I think we have consensus. Okay, the first recommendation is staff should write a letter to all utilities to clarify that residential disconnections are prohibited. until after May 5th for rural electric cooperatives and small water and gas utilities, and after August 12th for investor-owned electric utilities and large gas companies, and what steps utilities can take during the transition period to proactively work with customers to establish repayment plans. And this would be an amendment, I think, based on the consensus. The letter to all utilities shall request information regarding the issuance of any disconnection notices and the extent of the issuance of those notices. And I'm sure staff might have more precise language. So we'll also take the opportunity by issuing this letter to all utilities to gather information on any other incidences of improper disconnection notices. The second recommendation is the commission should issue a press release providing this clarifying information to the public regarding where we're at in the order. And then finally, the commission should issue an order in case number 20-00205 to clarify that in addition to the ongoing prohibition on residential disconnections, a utility may not communicate a disconnection date to customers that occurs before disconnections may occur. The order, this is an amendment, the order shall have the utility division staff investigate the improper disconnection notices and bring forth orders to show cause regarding those notices. The order shall also have staff investigate the scope and extent of such possibly improper practices engaged by other utilities based on information collected from the letter, from the response of our letter to all utilities. So that includes the amendments based on our discussion. I see Judy has a question.
Thank you, Commissioner Maestas. And it isn't a question. It's a suggestion that perhaps there are three separate items to be voted on, and perhaps take it as three separate votes. Because some commissioners may want part of the three recommendations, but not all three. It's just a suggestion.
Why don't we try a vote on the full package that Commissioner Maestas just put forward? If that goes down, then we'll go back and break it into pieces. Can we do that procedurally?
Certainly, if you bring it back, it would have to be moved by someone who voted against it.
Yeah, I'm confused too.
It's a Robert's rules.
Can we suspend Robert's rules for this particular item? I don't believe it's in the law that we have to follow them to the letter every time, but I think we could save some time because I have a sense that we may very well pass the whole package, because I think Commissioner Maestas put it together pretty well. And actually, I was going to.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
When you say that we're not going to follow the law, that's opening the door for the potential utility company that's going to be investigated to file a lawsuit.
No, I didn't say let's not follow the law. I said let's suspend Robert's rules. They are not the law. That's just a procedural thing we do. It's not the law, is my understanding. So anyway, General Counsel can comment on that.
Mr. Chair, can I also ask a question from General Counsel on that point?
Sure.
I believe the order we're talking about is an order that we issued in the past to provide our guidance, I guess, or instructions to utilities. Did anybody actually vote against it?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, this is Michael Smith. I think I'm lost in where the commission is going on this and what you're referring to by the order. Judy, I don't know if you interjected about this, so.
Yeah, I need some clarification from Judy on what she's saying. I would have no problem going forward with the entire package that Commissioner Maestas proposed, and I'd like to have us act on that. And I am confused. I'm trying to get clarification on what barriers exist.
So I think I've heard enough that we can go forward. Let me do it this way. So Commissioner Maestas, you've moved your amended order, correct?
Yes, I have.
Okay, and then I'm going to second, and I think we're ready to take a vote.
Right.
So Michael, go ahead.
Commissioner Maestas,
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
Commissioner Hall,
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman,
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Aye.
That was simple, the vote.
Yeah.
Vote is 5-0 in favor.
Judy, you got us all parliamentarian there, but we got there. So thank you, commissioners, for being willing to address this quickly. And, I just personally think it's important that everyone understand that commission orders need to be taken seriously and not to twist them. So thank you all for handling this up front early in the meeting. And thank you to all the public commenters who came and made comment and also made the commission and state government in general aware of what's going on. Thank you so much.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Commissioner Byrd.
I just want a quick comment about this. This appears to be just a handful of utilities that have done this. It's not all of the utilities, all the co-ops, all the IOUs. And so I know we're painting a broad brush that the utilities are doing this. And I just want to point out that although we want information from all the utilities, we're going to treat them fair and equally. But don't want to appear to be disparaging to all of the utilities at the same time. So I just want to make that comment that not all utilities are doing this. And we will find out soon.
Yeah, you're completely on point. So thank you for bringing that up.
I concur in that, Mr. Chair.
And I get a little angry, I guess, sometimes, and maybe it sounded more accusatory than it should be for all those utilities that are following the rules. So thank you for that comment, Commissioner Byrd. So
Mr.
let's
Chairman.
go now to consideration and approval of prior meeting minutes.
Mr. Chairman, though, just for clarification, are we going to go back to matters from commissioners later on in the agenda, or are we going to address all matters
Yes.
from commissioners here?
We'll do matters from commissioners at the end of the meeting, all the rest.
Okay, and also I'll send Mike and Judy the language, the amended language of the motion that we just voted on.
And thank you for pulling that together, Commissioner Maestas.
Thank you.
Can you send that to all of us, please? Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Commissioner Byrd.
I think point of order, it's off the screen now, but I think presentation is next, not minutes on the agenda.
Thank you, Commissioner Byrd. Thank you. I was going to bring that to Chairman's attention. We have the
Mr. Chair.
presentation next.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Hall.
I've got some technical problems here with my laptop. I'm going to have to sign out of Zoom and sign back in, or maybe shut my computer down and sign back in. I've lost my Zoom icon, and so I'm going to have to.
Okay, we see you and we hear you, just so you know.
I realize that, but I can't even access Zoom here. So I think I just got to shut it all down and start up again. So hopefully I'll join you soon.
Okay, thanks for letting us know.
Yeah, thank you. Bye.
Okay, so let's move to our presentation.
Mr. Chairman, this is Jason. I have unmuted and made Bon and Richard co-host who represent Zotlick Laws and Sandoval PC, the independent auditor. And I believe what's going to happen here, and I wanted to run it by Commissioner Maestas to make sure and confirm it's okay. But Bon will be controlling, and if you can, Bon, share your screen and show the PDF audit report. And I believe Richard will be speaking to the findings. And after each finding, I would recommend that staff go ahead and update the commission on the status of each audit finding as we discuss them individually, rather than wrapping it up at the end, if that's okay with you, Commissioner Maestas.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Thank you,
I
sir.
agree.
Let me turn it over, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, to Bon and Richard. Welcome, guys.
Thank you, Mr. Montoya. This is Rick Sandoval with the Zlotnick Laws in Sandoval. Also on the meeting is Bon Tren. And Bon was the lead auditor for last year's audit that ended June 30 of 2020. I want to begin by making a required communication based on our audit standards. And that is to summarize the responsibilities of management of the PRC and also of the audit firm. The management responsibility includes the preparation of financial statements in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles, or often referred to as GAAP. That includes the design, implementation, and maintenance of internal controls that are relevant to the preparation of these financial statements, that are free from material misstatement, whether it's due to fraud or error. Our responsibility as auditors is to express an opinion on the financial statements based on our audit, so that we can have reasonable assurance about whether those financial statements are free from material misstatement. And an audit includes, for those of you that have been through this process before, is the auditor's performing procedures to obtain evidence about the amounts and disclosures in those financial statements. And the transactions that we select depend on the internal control structure that the PRC has in place. We may decide, based on professional judgment, to look at account balances. We may decide to look at a sample of transactions. For example, the different revenue streams that you have. We may look at payroll transactions, and we may look at, and we actually do, look at the vouchers that support expenditures for the PRC. So based on that, we come to the conclusion and express an opinion based on the results of the audit work. In terms of the audit report itself, and Bon, if you can, what I'm looking at is our binder for the work papers. I know you had the report up just a minute ago, if you can bring that up. And I'm not sure if some of you folks have a hard copy or an electronic version, but let me describe kind of the contents of this package. It essentially includes 3 reports from the auditor, and those are designated with our letterhead. The first report is the opinion on the financial statements. And that is where we express an opinion as to the fairness of the financial statements, the material misstatement that we talked about. And because we can't look at every transaction, we can only have reasonable assurance as to the fairness of those financial statements. So when we have an unmodified opinion, what we're saying is that it's basically a clean opinion. In other words, we didn't look at every transaction. Based on the results, the financial statements are not misleading to the reader. In this case would be your grantors and the general public. The second report is a report on internal controls. And that report is not a report on the effectiveness of the controls, but rather our consideration as it relates to planning the audit. when we consider the internal control structure, we may come upon situations that result in audit findings. And then we designate how serious are those findings? Is this a systemic thing? Is it a one-time occurrence? Was the finding basically caught by the staff in the normal course of performing their duties? Or is this just something that's systemic, that's a real issue that needs to be addressed? And finally, the third report is actually an opinion on the PRC's compliance with the requirements of their major federal programs. And we actually have to express an opinion on the compliance. And what we do there is we look at the internal controls that you have in place that relate to managing that grant. And also the compliance requirements. Are you meeting the requirements of the grant? And are you spending the funds in accordance with those requirements? So that basically are the components of the audit reports that we issued. The bulk of the report has to do with the financial statements and the footnotes. And that's what the management is responsible for. All of the different funds, the results of those funds in terms of revenues received and expenditures for the year. And then the related footnotes, they describe a little bit about what each fund's purpose is, and then the accounting principles that apply to the PRC. There is a component on page 5. It's referenced as management discussion and analysis. This is basically management's interpretation of what happened during the year, financially and otherwise. And that's management's opportunity to describe what went on within the PRC as it relates to the financial statements. And then what I would refer to as section 3, which is towards the end of this report, and it begins on page 61, is the schedule of findings and question costs. This is where—
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Mr. Chair, if I may, if I could maybe have the display the appropriate section of the audit report that's being addressed.
Yes, and I was going to ask Vaughn to turn to that page because that's the summary. It begins on page 61. Can you get to that page, Vaughn, please?
Are you not seeing?
No, what we're seeing is the binder with all the work papers in it.
Huh.
Vaughn, you may have to click. It's, I think it's labeled new share. There you go. Yep.
There we go.
Okay, sorry about that.
Not a problem. So this is a required section of the report. It's a good summary of what I just spoke about. The first part there, the financial statements, the type of report that we issued on the financial statements is unmodified. Another term for it, it's a clean opinion. We didn't have any except fors or anything like that. We didn't have any material weaknesses that relate to the financial statements, and those are noted under the yes and no columns. But we did have significant deficiencies, and these are deficiencies that occur because either there's an issue as to the effectiveness of the control, or somehow the controls in place weren't followed, and it caused us to report on that deficiency. There were no non-compliance issues as they relate to financial statements. These are general state laws that would apply to the PRC in terms of that would have some financial statement impact. The next section there is the federal awards. And again, as I indicated earlier, we express an opinion as to the compliance for those grant requirements. Again, it's unmodified, meaning it's clean. We didn't find any material non-compliance issues. But we did have, again, some internal control issues. No material weaknesses identified, but again, we did have some deficiencies, and we'll go over those here in a minute. And then all of the rest of those requirements that are listed there, we didn't have any material non-compliance with federal statutes, There were no question costs that were greater than 25,000 for any of the major programs. No known question costs that were greater than 25,000, and no known or likely fraud affecting the award, and no instances of abuse over the major programs either. We didn't modify the report. Again, we issued an unmodified report. And then there were no prior year findings that we had to address. And what we call a major program are those programs where the PRC expended more than 750,000 in federal awards. And the PRC is not considered a low risk auditee because we did have some findings last year over the tracking of the expenditures and the modules that are used there. Can you go to the next page, Vaughn, please? This is a summary of findings. The prior year audit findings that we always look at when we begin the audit to see whether they were resolved. If we had the same issue in the current year, we list it as repeated and modified. It could be a different circumstance, but it relates to the title of the finding. For example, finding 2019-001 has to do with the capital asset dispositions. There's a requirement that you do an annual inventory, and if you dispose of any capital assets, there's a reporting or notification to the state auditor, and then you have to remove those assets from the listing of the PRC. The travel advances is repeated and modified, and the payroll reconciliation was resolved. The grant tracking, again, is repeated and modified. And then the next section, we actually had current year findings, one of which is the standby time, what you pay inspectors for standby time. That affects the federal awards, so it's listed in two places, in the financial section and also in the federal award section. That's why you have two X's under each one of those columns. Payroll files, monitoring of cell phone use, procurement violation issues, public money, that's dealing with depositing of funds within the 24-hour period upon receipt of funds. And then the reversion of any unexpended budget balance. There's a requirement to compute that and revert it back to the state during a certain time. And then the last one there is listed under other matters. It has to do with commissioner travel. So that's a summary of the findings. Mr. Montoya indicated that he wanted us to look at each finding, or is there a particular one, if you've had a chance to review these, that you want to address or you would like for us to address?
Is that a question to the commissioners?
Yes.
So commissioners, please weigh in.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to see if we can go right to kind of the condition and then our response to the condition. I don't think we need to go to, every part, condition, criteria, effect, cause, and focus most of the attention on what our response is, what we're doing to respond to the finding, and then just briefly address the status. Are we making progress? Has it been completed? Is it ongoing? That'd be my preference.
Okay, very good.
That sounds appropriate to me.
Me too.
Okay, we'll begin with the capital asset disposition. Upon looking at the individual items that were on the listing of capital assets, it turns out there were some items on that listing that couldn't be physically inspected. And it shows the values of the assets that could not be found. And it could be that, I guess there's several reasons for it. They could have gone to auction, didn't follow, and they weren't properly removed. This is a repeat occurrence. It happened with other items in prior years. And that's basically the condition as it relates to capital asset dispositions. We can go to the response, and I'll let PR staff address those.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, this is Jim Williamson in ASD, and I have the status on the correction for that, if you'd like that to be discussed.
Barry, yeah, let's make it as concise as we can.
Yes, sir. After the FY20 audit, ASD again reviewed the capital asset listing, and we discovered there were some prior year disposals of capital assets that will need to be removed on our books here in FY21. And to perform that reconciliation, ASD will also perform an additional capital asset inventory once we move into the Bochum building here in May, which is required by the state auditor. So we will reconcile our books accordingly and dispose of property accordingly. Capital assets will also be transferred to Homeland Security as part of the State Farm Marshal transfer. So that will require adjustments for FY22. So that one is in play. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Maestas, would you have a comment?
Oh, I was just going to say, if at the end of the staff presentation and indicating the status, if they can confirm that this will not be a recurring finding, that they consider it addressed.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, well, given that we discovered additional IT equipment disposed of in prior year, not reflected on our books, this could be a repeat finding in FY21. But then FY22 going forward, it would not be repeated. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jim. Okay, let's go to the next.
Next finding is the travel advances. Again, this was a repeated and modified finding. The process is that anytime somebody travels, they get an advance to help pay for the travel costs. And then what's supposed to happen is when they return, the amount of the advance is compared to the actual expenses, and then it's cleared out and the transactions are posted to the expenses. And in this case, we found that that travel advance account wasn't being updated and maintained as it should be. And this, again, is a reoccurrence. So I will defer to Mr. Williams for the action taken on this.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, in practice, the agency has opened up the P card, the procurement card for travel to cover lodging expenditures. So in practice, our staff doesn't utilize the prepaid travel advance anymore. The balance on that account was due to prior fiscal year expenditures, FY18 and 19. ASD has reconciled this account to the penny and so provided that reconciliation to DFA Financial Control Division. They have to do the entry on their side because it's a hard-coded entry and share. They should have that corrected very soon. And once that's corrected, will only be one outstanding travel advance on our books at our agency. And once that person makes that payment, it'll be cleared out. But that will not be repeated. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, just a quick comment. Jim, can we end the practice of travel advances in lieu of the availability of a P card? Because I think, reserving a hotel and securing airfare are by far the largest expenses. And As a former federal employee early in my career, they allowed for advances, and this very same issue became problematic in terms of reconciling advances at the end of a trip. So can we end the practice of travel advances?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, it's at the discretion of the agency, but I 100% agree that that would be in our best interest.
Mr. Chair, if I may also, Jim, good point. Good question, Commissioner Maestas. Jim and I have agreed that if staff request use of a P card, they will not be eligible for the 80% travel advance. We agree with that. And when we use the P card for those purposes, that eliminates the travel advance. That's an internal policy. I think by rule, though, they're still entitled to request travel advances.
Jason and Jim both, is there any reason that everybody shouldn't have a P card?
Mr. Chairman, I think yes. I think we need to control the use and potential exposure and risk of violating the P card usage policy from DFA. Therefore, we just have a few people that are authorized, in my opinion.
Mr. Chair, to follow up on that, yes, we only have 2 authorized P card holders in ASD, but everyone could, their transactions could be processed on those cards by submitting the paperwork in advance.
And Mr. Chairman, we recently published a revised P card request form, which now has a drop-down menu to appropriately assign the expenditure requests and should help with ASD financials.
So Jim, just going back to you real quickly, I'm not sure I caught the drift. You said everything could be processed on P cards, but not everyone can have P cards?
Mr. Chair, yes, sir. We have a form in ASD, a P card requisition request, where they list, the purpose of the travel, the amounts, they obtain the quote, submit it to ASD for processing. So their travel is expended based on our P card by our ASD P card holder on behalf of traveling staff.
Okay.
We're only authorized 2 account holders by DFA, correct? Yes, sir.
So would they then have those expenses covered and not needed advance, so long as it's processed that way? Correct?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, absolutely.
Okay.
Recovery of expenditures would be for meals. Those are not covered under the P card policy.
So we don't have to resolve this here, but I to the extent we can eliminate advances, I think it's a really good thing to do and use the P cards. It can avoid all kinds of complications and confusion. And it seems like we have a mechanism to protect employees from being out of pocket. And I think that's the key issue here. So long as we have that covered, we should consider looking at that. So we don't need to decide that now, but just to get it on our to think about list.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other commissioners questions on this one? Okay, on to the next.
Thank you, Chairman. The next finding is the standby time. Essentially, we had an individual in a dual role, and when this individual was on standby time, got paid at the higher rate for the different position, not related to the role of a program person or a program manager level pay rate. And this was actually a self-reported finding, which means that as folks, as we talked about, you're looking at the controls you have in place, and this came up and was self-reported, which is always good to see. And essentially the impact that it might have on the commission financially, as you know, this is a federal program as well, and the cost is reflected as a federal program cost. So it's very important that that it be maintained at an allowable level. And anytime something like this happens, usually reach out to the federal grantor and ask for permission given the circumstances. But that is essentially the bulk of this finding is the pay for standby time. And then I'll defer to the staff to address the response.
So go ahead, Jim.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, the rate for the standby time hours has been corrected in FY21 to the appropriate program rate for that specific program function, and restitution is being made. ASD will defer to that Pipeline Safety Bureau on the status of the corrective action regarding the on-call rotation, standby time approval, and cross-training of other staff. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, this is Jason. We
Yeah,
currently have 2 individuals that are qualified to participate in the standby time, and I'm happy to announce.
Jason, your sound is fading out, so.
Can you hear me okay now?
Better.
Better? Okay. I'll try to get as close as I can to the microphone. I apologize. We currently have 2 individuals that are qualified to participate in the on-call program on behalf of the Pipeline Safety Bureau. I'm happy to announce that one other individual is 1 class away from being qualified, and we'll add that person to the rotation. So in the very near future, I'm expecting we'll have 3, which is what we used to have in previous calendar years. As you all know, Commissioner and other commissioners, chairman and commissioners, Mr. Isaac Lerma passed away, which was our only other qualified individual at the time. And so we are pursuing getting everybody qualified to participate in the on-call program. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any
Mr. Chairman,
commissioner questions on this? Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, well, I'm glad that this was self-reported because, you know, this is, as was stated before, this involves a federal program. So I'm very pleased with that. And I'm pleased that we immediately corrected the hourly rate. My only question is, and I'm glad that I think 3 is I think a minimum number of qualified individuals that can serve on a standby basis just because of the nature, right, of being on standby. And because, you know, I think one of those inspectors is our chief of staff. And I would rather have him devoting 100% of his time, 110% of his time, which he does, to being chief of staff. But my only question is, how do we ensure automatic rotation? Could you just briefly say how that is instituted in?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Maestas, this is Jason. So there's an internal policy that has been pre-approved by the Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Safety Administration. And there are a certain number of courses that are provided by the federal government that the inspectors must successfully pass in order for them to be considered qualified to participate in the on-call program. One of the things that we've struggled with in Pipeline is retention. I mean, I'm just going to be upfront and honest with you. And then that's because every time the oil and gas industry starts to boom, we lose that personnel to the industry. And it takes approximately, depending on the course availability, 3 to 5 years before somebody can actually go through the 9 core classes that are required to participate. So there's a huge investment on behalf of the agency. I know I've entertained the idea of getting some type of guarantee on behalf of the agency. I know it's not likely, and we can't really, because we are state government, we can't really require individuals to stick with the program for a minimum number of years. That's not likely when they sign on to the program. But, and one of the other issues I have to admit is that COVID really delayed all of the courses, obviously, because all of these are instructor-led courses in Oklahoma City. And so when COVID-19 pandemic came upon us back in March of 2020, they immediately suspended any classes, obviously. And so it delayed the progress. So that, I mean, we're required by the federal government to meet a certain minimum threshold, and then you're eligible.
Thank you.
Okay. So on to the next.
And Mr. Chairman, commissioners, I will tell you, I don't think Jim made this statement, but this will not be recurring. Guaranteed.
Terrific. Thank you.
Our next finding is labeled other matter. And just for your information, these other matters, they don't rise to the level of a deficiency. It's something that came up during the audit that is worth mentioning. We have very little discretion when it comes to, reporting findings because of the state audit rule. They ask us if we find something, we report it. We don't have a discretion of just communicating with management and it not ending up in the audit report. So that's why they're listed as other matters. As I talked about earlier, we do take a sample of transactions. In this case, we pulled 38 payroll files to look at payroll out of 122 for that pay period indicated. And they were six personnel files that couldn't be found on a timely basis. And then one employee timesheet that we came across that was approved by a subordinate. And I'll defer to staff on the action.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, the HR Bureau Chief performed a physical inventory of the physical payroll files that were located in the storage facility after the agency moved from the para building. Human Resources no longer reports to ASD within the chain of command, but HR should comply with the corrective action plan and direct that only supervisors be approved time for their employees. ASD will defer to the HR Bureau on the status of that supervisor time approval. Which would be
Mr. Chairman, this is Jason. I'm not sure if Renee is even on, Jim, but yes, one of the things that, and I believe the commissioners are even copied on the email that goes out every Thursday from Ms. Denise Herrera from HR, reminding supervisors to approve time by close of business. She is constant.
Jason, you're fading out again.
She is constantly on top of ensuring supervisors are approving time by noon, I think, every Friday. And it's one of our commitments, and working with ASD as well. Thank you.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, this is Renee. I'm online. In regards to the position files and personnel files in the audit, those were located. HR had to go through over 120 boxes in order to locate the personnel folders. So ASD was notified of that as well. And in regards to the employees' approval of time, unfortunately, there was an instance where this individual's time was not approved, and per DFA, HR has to have all time approvals complete by Friday in order to catch payroll. So this has been addressed.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Maestas.
Yeah. Is there any way that we can set up automatic messages? Because I want to say that I am guilty of having to be prodded to approve timesheets of my assistant, but I'm wondering if there's a way we can use a combination of maybe recurring calendar invites and automatic email messages in advance of the drop dead deadline to approve timesheets, just to make sure that we pester the frequent offenders, but not take up much staff time. Is there any way we can do that?
So,
Mr. Chair.
Let's start with Renee, and then I'll go to Commissioner Hall.
Okay. Mr. Chair, Commissioners, yes, we can definitely send a calendar reminder to you all in regards to the timesheet approvals.
Okay, thank you, Renee. Cynthia, Commissioner Hall?
Yeah, I was just going to say, we finally had to set up in my own office a reminder for me because I was a frequent offender. I could never really remember to do it, but we just put it on our calendar, as a recurring meeting, recurring item. So that really helps a lot. But if Renee's willing to do that too, that's great.
And Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I think you should be receiving an email from Denise Herrera already, which is a friendly reminder every Thursday as it is.
That's true.
That's when we remind staff to ensure that their time cards are appropriately assigned and ready for approval Friday morning. And so there are some indicators already being sent, but yeah, definitely Commissioner Massos, I agree we can help assist with that.
And then lastly, there was a request for documented delegations of authority to approve timesheets. Have we done that? Because I know when I had difficulty becoming familiar with Share, I needed HR's help and they helped me. But now I'm on my own and I need to step up. But is there a need for some kind of documented delegation of authority? Because people are busy, sometimes they can't do it. So who's the next person? And I don't think HR should be the default organization to kind of clean up late approvals of timesheets.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Maestas, I'll try to respond to that. First, you're not on your own. We're here to help you. But let me just say that I believe that the Chief of Staff is second in line to the commissioners for your assistance, as long as there's some level of communication. What I have asked of the immediate supervisors is, in their absence, is that they delegate that authority via email and have some type of record in the event they will be absent on vacation, out of the country, what have you. And that's the appropriate way for us to maintain a record keeping.
Okay, thank you, Mr. I just want to make sure, because there is this threat of disciplinary action. And if that's the case, we need to have some kind of formal delegation to ensure that we don't get to that point where disciplinary action has to be taken.
I appreciate that, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Maestas. Also, one other friendly reminder that you probably are pestered on is Denise will run a query when time cards are not approved and only send that email to the supervisors that have pending approvals prior to the deadline. And you may receive 2 or 3 emails, but that's okay. I'd rather you receive 2 or 3 and get it done rather than not receive any at all.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on.
All right, thank you. Here we have another other matter issue. There's a PRC policy number 10 that essentially indicates that you will have an expected monitoring of state telephone and state computer usage. And what we found is there really isn't consistency in that monitoring of cell phone use and computer use to make sure that personal use isn't interfering with the performance of duties of employees. And I'll defer to staff for the action taken on this.
Jim, before you give a status update, commissioners, I just feel like it's appropriate to give you some background. This particular issue arose when we had a complaint filed not only with the agency, but also with the governor's office. And through our investigation, appropriate disciplinary action was assessed based on the inappropriate use of a state-issued cell phone by a staff member. Okay, so in my opinion, the system worked, quite honestly, and I know Richard and Bond already know that I didn't really agree with this finding because there's a system in place on how do we deal with inappropriate use of state-issued cell phones, and it actually worked, right? So that's the background behind it and why it is looked into.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, as a follow-up on the status, ASD investigated the feasibility of the cell phone monitoring program with a potential software. After consulting with several other state agencies on their practices, There really wasn't a good program to monitor those. The chief of staff determined the best course of action would be to update the commission's code of conduct to enforce accountability that state equipment is only used for state purpose.
So what I'm taking from that, Jim, is that the cost and the resources to implement something is more than it's worth.
Yes, Mr. Chair, that's absolutely correct.
Okay. Any comments from commissioners? Then we'll move on.
Thank you, Chairman. Next finding is the procurement violation. Essentially, the bulk of this finding has to do with not having the appropriate contracts or purchase orders in place before services were performed or goods received. And I'll defer to staff on the action taken.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, PRC staff agency-wide were required to attend DFA's Procurement Training 101 course offered over Zoom. ASD has also taken that training and made it a PDF on our website for reference. We work on a daily basis with all agency staff on the procurement requirements, number of quotes, the contracts in place, budget availability, et cetera. PR staff has advised that anyone violating the state's procurement code will be required to attend DFA's in-person training on this matter, so it should not be repeated. Thank you.
Okay, lacking comments, let's move on to the next.
What we have next is the other non-compliance with the Public Money Act. We have a requirement to deposit funds within 24 hours. In this case, we couldn't look at the deposit logs for 10 instances where those deposit logs were maintained intermittently, basically caused by the shutdown due to COVID. So we really couldn't measure whether those deposits were made within 24 hours of receipt because of the issues with the logs. And I'll defer to staff for action.
And Richard and Jim, one other point to be made is that due to the early termination of our lease at the PERA, we had those logs stored in the units there under storage, and they were not easily accessible. But go ahead, Jim.
Chair and Commissioners, yes, the deposit log during that time, whenever there was the COVID situation and we weren't allowed access to the building, that led to the log and being misplaced or not being updated. But now on a monthly basis, the monthly log is scanned and sent to myself. And so those are checked, and all deposits are made personally by myself on a daily basis to comply with the 24-hour rule. So that will not be repeated. Thank you.
Thank you. On to the next. Oh, you just got the thumbs up from Commissioner Maestas. That's a high honor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
That's like the Commissioner's Medal of Honor that you just got there.
Thank you.
Hardly.
Uh-oh, he's taking it back. All right, next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The reversion. This is another non-compliance finding. The state law requires that any unexpended, undesignated fund balances be reverted back to the general fund by September 30th. And last year there was an issue with getting that reversion done, and I'll defer to staff for the action on this.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, ASD has worked directly with DFA's CAFR staff to correct this. This is really an important matter because it deals with the Fire Protection Fund and Fire Protection Grant Fund with the State Fire Marshal's Office, who will be leaving here, June 1st. But this is a lot of that was their funds. We are still getting funds transferred to us as late as August and as late as September from other entities to us. So that caused the delayed reversion. We're waiting until all funds were received, but we received guidance from DFA to go ahead and do the reversion as is. And then if we have to revise it, to submit a revised reversion. So so that will clear up that issue with those two funds. With our general fund reversion, the federal pipeline billings occurred much earlier this fiscal year, so we'll be able to reconcile those and present that general fund reversion as well, timely. So that won't be repeated either. Thank you.
Okay, next.
This next finding, again, is an other matter, and it has to do with travel that we looked at. 22 out of 44 travel vouchers for commissioners, totaling $19,000 in cost out of the $32,000 that represented the travel vouchers. And these 3 bullets there indicate what the finding was. And essentially, we were looking at commissioners attending a conference. It wasn't clear from what was documented why one commissioner stayed an extra night or 2 compared to another commissioner that traveled to the same conference. It wasn't clear why the additional 2-night stay was necessary. Bullet number 2, again, a commissioner staying at that resort at a higher cost than compared to 2 other commissioners attending the same meeting in the area, and they stayed at a place that was much cheaper. Although the commissioner staying at the expensive place got approval, there is a provision in the government auditing standards that is new, that has us looking at, spending of public resources. And that's why this is here. The mileage and per diem rule wasn't broken per se, but it leads to, whether you're monitoring the expenditures and ensuring that there isn't any wasteful spending. Bullet number 3 kind of refers to the same thing. A commissioner attending a meeting in Albuquerque and then staying the night. Again, the documentation wasn't clear. Typically, I know sometimes it's weather related. This was kind of in the middle of the summer. But again, no real explanation as to why that was necessary. So those were the issues, and I'll defer to staff for response.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, agency staff has been reminded to seek the most economic manner for all purposes, including travel, to get the best obtainable price. As stated before, the majority of lodging is now purchased on the agency P card, which is reviewed by ASD, and we ensure that it's a proper expenditure, for a state purpose. Any sort of changes to a travel itinerary need to be approved by ASD in advance prior to the travel occurring. In addition, the agency head designation chief of staff must sign off on any lodging which exceeds $215, including GRT in a night. So that should also help as an internal control. So that should not repeat. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Jim. I'm going to just take a second here to take a personal pledge. I'm going to be cheap ass on my travel. Forgive the colloquialism there. Other commissioners, do you pledge to be cheap ass on your travel as well?
Of course.
Okay, we got a yes from Commissioner Hall.
Well, I wouldn't use that phrase, but yes, I will strive to be as frugal as possible, especially during the pandemic. No, I'm just kidding. All the time, throughout my entire tenure.
Thank you. Commissioner Berg, you're the one we don't trust.
That's right. No, again, no change for me. I'm always frugal.
Okay. Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, I know you always are. You bring it up.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I agree. I'm on board. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. So now, Jim, you have a personal pledge from all 5 commissioners to work with you on this. And on to the next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The deficiency in section 3 has to do with the federal awards findings. And this is the grant tracking, and it's repeated and modified. Essentially, the tracking of expenditures for the grant were used basically through spreadsheets on data that comes from SHARE. And what happens is if there are any changes to the data in SHARE and you've already exported data to a spreadsheet, you run the risk of not capturing all of the expenditures through a certain date. And what we have recommended is that DFA through the SHARE program has a method of tracking these grants. And the reason it's so unique is because it's like a multi-year appropriation. You're able to track the expenditures that cross fiscal years. And what we find is that it can be expensive to implement. And that's noted in the condition. So I'll defer to staff on their action on this item.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, ASD did request the special appropriation during October of 2020 for $300,000, which we were quoted to implement the grants module. We were not granted that money. Given delivered revenue available during COVID, we were realistic about that. We anticipated not receiving the appropriation. Therefore, ASD worked with Share Do It over the course of several months. And we worked on a plan to set up combo codes. So that way, for example, time worked by program staff can be coded to the grant as incurred. But all the information will be in the Share system in the book of record rather than relying on a spreadsheet allocating costs at the end of the fiscal year for billings. That combo code implementation went into effect in March by pipeline safety staff. In addition, any sort of purchases, which is non-payroll, are now being identified by the grant source when incurring those costs, rather than waiting till the end of the billing cycle and doing at the billing. ASD is working on reclassifying expenditures that were not recorded this way prior to the implementation. And just going forward, we look forward to working with all program staff to make sure that everything's recorded in that book of record as incurred, and it should be allocated to the correct funding source. So, we hope this is good, and we hope the auditor will approve. Thank you.
Okay, next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next finding is actually one that we've already discussed. One of the things that we have to do is if we have a finding that affects two different sections within the audit report, that we have to report it in both sections. And this has to do with the standby time that we've already addressed. So nothing new to report here. And that essentially is the end of the findings for last year. These findings were presented and discussed at a closed session on October 29th, and the folks in attendance are listed there. Again, the last paragraph on that page as it relates to the financial statements, our contract includes a provision to help you pull this report together and get it published. However, it is the responsibility of management, and management has reviewed the financial statements and they have taken responsibility for them. And I just wanted to close by saying, these audits, you end up with findings on things that occur. It's pretty hard to be perfect. Unfortunately, the audit doesn't always bring out all the good things that are done. And I think the only reflection of that is in our audit opinion, where we say that, you basically got a clean audit opinion. These things that fall out are things that happen. We are human, mistakes happen, but for the most part, and I think it's important to note that you do have an unmodified opinion. And I think that tells you that, staff is doing a good job. We certainly enjoy working with them. They're responsive. They try to do the right thing. And it's important to note that because it makes our job easier when we have cooperation. So we appreciate the opportunity to do the audit for the PRC and work with the staff and commissioners. And we're under a 3-year proposal. So hopefully we'll be back next year and see all of these things cleaned up, right?
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Commissioner Mastis.
Just some quick follow-ups. I just wanted a clarification on the grants module. I know we had pursued a $300,000 appropriation. We haven't received it, but are we still in pursuit of that module as an ultimate fix to better equip us to track some of these grants?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Maestas, unfortunately, our current operating budget will not allow for that. Perhaps in FY22, it could be, it could be looked at that point, but we're just using we, in our discussions with Do It, this is what other agencies do, very similar grant sizes with ours, and there's no audit findings. So thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Jim, if I may add to that, we have implemented the share financials that will address the salary and benefits portion of pipeline safety expenditures. And so effective March 6th, pipeline safety staff are actually assigning every hour worked to a specific grant. So that is in place. And then we are also identifying expenditures that are, I guess, processed through the Bureau by filling out the P card and delegating the expenditure, the allowable expenditure, to the appropriate grant number. So ahead of time, excuse me, ASD is made aware that these expenditures are allowable, which I think was a kind of a big concern and issue because they weren't being made aware until after the calendar year. But that is now in place.
Thank you for that. And so, Mr. Chair, just in closing, in terms of my reasons for putting it on the agenda is, this is something that has to occur. We need to, receive this presentation from the auditors. And I think we need to find out what the status is of our corrective action plan. So I think we've accomplished that. And I think we have demonstrated that we take our fiduciary responsibilities very seriously. And lastly, I want to commend staff, for helping to create this clean audit opinion. I understand that the move was very disruptive and was a common denominator in several findings. And so these weren't the best of conditions. And I think the auditor was empathetic and understanding of that in their write-up. So I think this was needed. I think it's positive, and I think we're on our way to even having a better audit for this current fiscal year. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Hall.
I just wanted to say that I thought this is very instructive for me and gives me insight into the kind of difficulties that can arise from, all kinds of inadvertent actions or, purposeful actions that people think are correct. And I think it's been a good exercise to go through this, and I appreciate it.
Okay, and I'll just
Mr. Chairman.
Go. I keep trying to close it off, but I can't. Go ahead, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Yes, I'd like to thank the audit firm for working with our agency, and just one advice to Renee Kepler. When she was talking, we barely heard her. We barely heard her voice. I think she needs to do a test run 2 days or a day before to make sure that her concerns are loud and clear. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other?
One more.
Go ahead, Commissioner
Yes,
Byrd.
Mr. Chair. Thank you. I actually have a question for Mr. Williamson, some clarification on the audit finding about deposits. Some of the information apparently was just put in place where he couldn't get to it during the audit. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Byrd, that's absolutely correct.
Okay, and you said that the way you remedied it would be that you get an email directly for each deposit.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Byrd, every department within the PRC fills out the deposit log when submitting the deposit to the agency safe. And at the end of each month, a copy of that log is emailed to us and we put it on the network. So it's ready to be looked at by the auditor at the fiscal year end.
Okay, and then you also said that you personally do the physical deposits?
Yes, sir. I meet with staff at a, not in the office, and I make the deposit physically within the 24-hour period, that same day, actually.
And who is your backup?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, I don't really have a backup, but it should be someone.
Yeah.
Even on my days off, I've done the deposit function, but there should be a backup, sir.
Well, and something could happen to you, God forbid, right? We need somebody who can do your job and be trained in doing it, be able to do it when you're on vacation. So anyway, that was the point I wanted to make. That could happen again if that issue is not taken care of. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, we do have staff available living here in Santa Fe that could do that backup function. So thank you. We will do so.
Thank you. And I'll just say thanks to everybody for just maintaining a constructive attitude. An audit's a chance to improve. And, you know, sometimes people get very defensive about it. And, you know, if we just look at it as an opportunity to improve, it's great for everybody. So thanks to the auditors for their constructive attitude as well.
You're welcome, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you,
For
Commissioner.
the presentation. It's 11:30. Let's take 15 minutes. Come back. Let's come back at 10 to 12. It's 11:35, I guess. Come back at 10 to 12 and see if we can knock the rest of the meeting out.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman, we are back recording.
Okay, good. Oh, well, I thought I said 11:50 on reconvene,
You
but
probably did.
okay.
Hans Muller told me 11:45. I'll give him credit.
Commissioners, are we all on board?
I'm here.
I'm here.
I'm here.
Terrific.
I'm here.
Okay, we're all here. We're now on to consideration of prior meetings minutes.
Mr. Chair, this is Jeff.
Yes.
I have one minor correction. And it's in, my version is just one big long document. So it's down in item 6. And it's where I am discussing. And I'm trying to find it again because every time I go to it, it starts at the top of the page again. Anyway, I was talking about Marielle Nanasi, and in the record it says Mary Ellen. So it should be Marielle, Muriel, I believe is how she spells her name. And that was my only correction.
Okay, noted. And I will move to approve the minutes.
I'll second it.
With the amendment.
Yes.
Mike?
Commissioner Maestas,
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman,
Aye.
Commissioner Hall,
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd.
Aye.
Commissioners, the minutes of February 10th, 2021 open meeting are approved as amended by a vote of 5-0.
Terrific. So on to consent action items.
I'll make the motion to approve the consent action item.
I'll second that.
And Mike, let's take the vote.
Commissioner Fishman,
Aye.
Commissioner Hall,
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas,
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Aye.
Commissioners, and I actually failed to read the titles. I will read the titles.
Yeah, thank you.
The titles are, the matters that are being voted on are matters 21, case 21-00030 TRM in the matter of the application of All My Sons Moving and Storage of El Paso LLC for a certificate to provide household goods service. That's a potential order regarding the application for certificate. Case 21-000 TRM in the matter of the application of Superior Ambulance Inc. for an amendment of certificate number 08616. That's a potential order regarding the assignment of a hearing examiner. Case 21-00029 TRM in the matter of the application of Gila Regional Medical Center, DBA Gila Regional EMS for reissuance of certificate number 06214 to provide ambulance service. That's a potential order regarding the application for reissuance of certificate. The utility matters on consent are case 21-00024 UT in the matter of the application of New Mexico Gas Company Inc. for a variance from Rule 1710-640 NMAC for its February 2021 gas cost factor statement. That's a potential order regarding application for variance. Case 21-00039 UT in the matter of the application of New Mexico Gas Company Inc. for a variance from, sorry, just making sure it's not the same case, from Rule 1710-640 NMAC for its March 2021 gas cost factor statement. That also is a potential order regarding the application for variance. And the last case, 21-00041.
Hold on, Mike.
Was removed. Sorry, spoke over you. So the vote, those matters are approved by a vote of 5-0.
Okay. On to, we got the screen update here. We're going to go on to utility matters. Wait a minute.
Mr. Chairman and Mike, can you confirm if 21-00041 was removed or moved to regular action?
No,
It was removed.
Removed, yeah.
Fair enough.
So now we're on to regular action items. Item number 7, in the matter of the petitions of Union Pacific Railroad for approval to close and replace a crossing, and this is item 20-00215. So Hans, take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Happy St. Patrick's Day to you and the rest of the commissioners. This matter comes before the commission on the recommended decision filed by yours truly on March 11th, 2021. The proposed order that I'm presenting to you adopts and approves the recommended decision, which recommends the commission approve the petitions to close the existing AT grade railroad crossing and construction of the new AT grade signalized railroad crossing. Basically, these the closing and construction are part of a project expanding the North Scenic Avenue in the city of Alamogordo, which has been a city project for many years now. And this was essentially the final step, one of the final steps that will help them expand that avenue, which basically we held the NMAC rules essentially and to give us the responsibility of holding the public comment hearing whenever a new railroad crossing is opened or closed, so that the public can comment on whether it is unnecessary or if there's any other further or safety comments that need to be addressed. The notice of hearing was filed on February 10th, 2021, instructing the city of Alamogordo and staff to post the notice of the public comment hearing. The city of Alamogordo complied, filing an affidavit of compliance on February 25th, and staff filed their affirmation of compliance on February 26th. The public comment hearing was held on March 2nd. There were a total of 6 participants that were signed up for public comment. I presided over that, and there was no commentary that was against the closing and new construction of their railroad. All commenters spoke in support of the commission approving the closure and new construction. So there was no public commentary that the crossing was unnecessary or against the public interest. In fact, there was quite a bit of discussion as to the new economy that was going to be created and accessed by the Air Force Base down there to medical facilities in allowing these closure and construction to commence. So I recommend the approval of the proposed order, allowing the city of Alamogordo to begin this portion of their expansion for their city plans.
Thoughts from commissioners?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
this looks very straightforward and I would move the order. Looks like an improvement for Alamogordo.
So we have
second.
Okay, we have a motion from Commissioner Hall, a second from Commissioner Byrd. Mike, please take the roll.
Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman,
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas,
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Aye.
Commissioner Hall.
Aye.
Commissioners, the order is approved by a vote of 5-0.
On to item 8. This is 210046 in the matter of Southwestern Public Service Company's request for suspension of its fuel and purchase power cost adjustment clause. Judy.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. This matter comes before you today upon a response that SPS filed to last week's order asking several questions of SPS about its previously filed request seeking a variance from using its fuel and purchase power cost adjustment clause for the month of April and asking for other variances and requests. And in response to the questions that we posed, SPS clarified that its March 2nd, 2021 request sought and seeks a variance on its May 2021 through April 2023 fuel clause to allow SPS to include a new cold weather event adjustment on its Rule 550 reports. SPS indicated that it'll be several months before revenues and true-ups are finalized under its normal operations of the FERC approved Southwest Power Pool independent market settlement process. As grounds for its request for this variance from May 2021 through April 2023, it goes through the requirements of Rule 17.9.550.8 NMAC, which is our rule regarding FPPCAC, and they state that they need the variance to avoid sudden substantial bill increases that would automatically result from the operation of the commission-approved FPPCAC due to the cold weather event and subsequent rise in gas prices. That without the commission approval of the variance and deferral, its customers would be impacted by an unprecedented 1-month bill increase in April 2021. It's asking for variances from Section 10, interest charges, Section 12, approved methodology, and Section 13, which is the information on the 550 submittals. And it goes through the other parts of the variance rule. In addition, SPS included the testimony of Mr. Wes Berger, and he testifies exactly how they plan on implementing the deferral over a 24-month period. And that's in the order. I can go through it if you'd like me to, but it was set forth. Based upon the response, this order clarifies that the March 10th, 2021 order last week did grant SPS a variance from its FPPCAC just for the month of April 2021 and suspended the FPPCAC adjustment for that month. Regarding the other months, this order does several things. It sets a deadline of March 24th, 2021 for interested persons to intervene, and it orders utility division staff and interveners to file a reply with supporting testimony no later than March 29th. In the reply, we are requiring staff and interveners to either recommend approval of SPS's request, approval with conditions, or disapproval, and stating the reasons why. And also indicating whether or not a hearing should be held in accordance with 17.9.550.10.a NMAC, including the form of the public hearing. In other words, should it be in front of a hearing examiner, or since it needs to be expedited, should it be in front of the commission? And just also asking what further information or documentation the commission should require SPS to file in this proceeding in order to assist the commission in reaching an expeditious, fair, just, and reasonable resolution of this matter. And I stand for questions.
Commissioners.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Hall.
I don't have any problem with the proposed order. It looks like it's going to move forward the issues that are raised, and I would like to move this order.
And I will second. Any comments from commissioners? Let's take the roll, Mike.
Commissioner Hall.
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd.
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman.
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas.
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Aye.
Commissioners, the order is approved by a vote of 5-0.
And personally, thank you, SPS, for moving forward with this. We appreciate it. Once again, I'm going to make the comment. There's certainly at least one other IOU that has no cost adjustment or smoothing going on right now that I would love to see a similar proposal from. So EPE, I'm particularly singling you out because you're the ones that don't have any smoothing, and I'm a little concerned. So we would welcome a proposal from you. We're on to item number 9 in the matter of the petition of Public Service Company of New Mexico pursuant to the Energy Efficient Use of Energy Act for approval of a rate adjustment mechanism. And this is item 20-00121, also 20-00211, and 20-00212. And Michael, is this yours?
That's correct.
Go ahead.
Commissioners, this is the matter that's in front of you right now is a proposed order that would dismiss PNM's May 28, 2020 petition for approval of a rate adjustment mechanism to remove regulatory disincentives in case 20-00121 UT and instead approve determining various threshold issues of law that are pled in PNM's separate declaratory order filing in case 20-00211 UT, so that these matters can be resolved before PNM refiles a new application for decoupling. The order would also find that the legal issues set forth in that petition and the similar issues filed by the Albuquerque-Bernalillo County Water Utility Authority and Bernalillo County in a corresponding counter, I guess, declaratory motion for declaratory order in case 20-00212 UT are appropriate to be resolved through the issuance of a declaratory order. And because the issues in those two cases, 20-211 and 20-212, concern the same subject matter and issues, those two petitions should be consolidated into a single proceeding. The dismissal of PNM's application in case 20-00121 UT is part of PNM's proposal when it filed its sought its declaratory order petition. This case, these series of cases, I guess, arise out of PNM's May 28th, 2020 petition in case 2121 UT, which proposed a rate design mechanism pursuant to section 6217.5. That statute requires the commission on a petition by a utility to, and this is the statutory language, remove the regulatory disincentives through the adoption of a rate adjustment mechanism that ensures that the revenue per customer approved by the commission in a general rate case proceeding is recovered by the public utility without regard to the quantity of electricity actually sold by the public utility subsequent to the date the rate took effect. This type of a rate adjustment mechanism is commonly referred to as decoupling, and that's because the mechanism is intended to decouple a utility's revenues from its volumetric sales in order to remove the utility's disincentive to institute energy efficiency provisions, which otherwise exists because those energy efficiency measures would reduce volumetric energy sales and therefore the utility's revenues. This case was proceeding toward a hearing on the merits of PNM's application when PNM filed a motion to vacate that hearing and stay the proceeding in case 20-121 UT. That was because a number of motions to dismiss had been filed by various interveners, and rather than have most of the hearing concern the motions to dismiss, PNM proposed instead to resolve those issues through a declaratory order proceeding that would allow it to resolve the threshold legal issues that have arisen in this case and in previous applications to the commission to institute various other types of decoupling mechanisms. The PNM basically argued that those issues would include whether section 6217.5 permits full revenue decoupling or only authorizes decoupling mechanisms specific to removing disincentives limited to utility implementation of energy efficiency and load management programs. That's because that statute is part of the efficient use of energy statute. PNM also proposed that it would address whether a decoupling mechanism under section 6217.5 may apply to some, but not all of a utility's customer classes as was proposed in its application, and whether the commission may consider an adjustment to a utility's return on equity if it approves a decoupling mechanism. PNM's motion basically argued that these were issues that are virtually certain to arise in any future rate case proceeding unless resolved in advance of that future rate case proceeding, and that a declaratory order proceeding would allow the parties to focus on the specifics of any decoupling mechanism that PNM might propose in a future rate case. Hearing examiner Anthony Medeiros granted PNM's motion to stay that proceeding to permit PNM to file its declaratory order action. And the hearing examiner found that there was substantial merit in the approach proposed by PNM to addressing the threshold legal issues, a sensible alternative to intensive and perhaps ultimately unnecessary evidentiary hearings conducted in suboptimal conditions via video conference given the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, and it would advance the interests of administrative efficiency, adjudicative economy, and preservation of party and commission resources. PNM did file its, as I stated, its petition for declaratory order in case 20-00211 UT, and the countervailing, I guess I'll call it, proposals for legal issues to be reviewed was filed in case 20-11 UT by the Water Utility Authority in Bernalillo County, which asked the commission to determine whether the commission is mandated to adopt a decoupling mechanism proposed by a utility related or unrelated to energy efficiency, load management, and regulatory disincentives as contemplated by the Efficient Use of Energy Act, whether the utility may use decoupling to establish an additional customer charge to recover for losses due to increased penetration of distributed generation customers in spite of the existence of an on-point statute 6213.2, how the commission may balance the interests of customers and shareholders in adopting a decoupling mechanism pursuant to 6217.5 in pari materia with the Efficient Use of Energy Act and the Public Utility Act, and whether a standalone decoupling proposal violates the Commission's prohibition on piecemeal and retroactive rate making. While those cases were pending, after those cases rather have been filed, the New Mexico Attorney General filed a request for rulemaking proposing that the Commission instead close case 20-121, PNM's original application, deny both PNM and the joint movements petitions for declaratory order, and instead initiate a rulemaking proceeding to address the threshold issues that were raised in both the petitions and the petitions for declaratory. The Attorney General's order was predicated, however, on a mistaken belief that PNM has indicated it does not intend to proceed in the 20-121 UT docket, regardless of whether the Commission entertains its petition and issues a favorable ruling. However, PNM had filed a response to the Attorney General's request for rulemaking, clarifying, and I'll quote what PNM's response, that contrary to the AG's assertion, PNM's interest in pursuing decoupling are immediately at stake because PNM's petition for approval of a decoupling mechanism is pending before the Commission in case 2121. That proceeding has been stayed only until the Commission decides whether to entertain PNM's petition. If the Commission decides that it will not entertain the petition, PNM will make a filing in case 20-121 within 10 days, indicating whether it intends to continue with its petition, and if so, proposing a new procedural order. The proposed order that I prepared would find that even though a rulemaking would provide an opportunity to interpret the statutory scheme governing decoupling and formulate standards with the input of all affected utilities and parties, as the AG suggested, a rulemaking was not initiated by the Commission prior to PNM's filing of its petition in case 2121 UT, and consistent with the applicable statutes and the due process considerations that are required when somebody files an application, the Commission has an obligation to address PNM's application on its merits and cannot simply dismiss that case to conduct a rulemaking. The consent that PNM provided to dismiss its pending petition in case 2121 was intended to allow the Commission to pursue a more direct resolution of the legal issues raised by its application through a ruling on a declaratory order. PNM stated it would file a new request for approval of a decoupling mechanism complying with the results of the Commission's order in that declaratory that declaratory order action. The Attorney General initially did not oppose that course of action, and hearing examiner Medeiros also found that that course of action was preferable when he vacated the scheduled hearing and stayed this case to permit PNM to file its petition rather for declaratory order. The legal issues concerning the application of 6217.5, section 6217.5 raised in the petitions for declaratory order would need to be determined in any event, in any proceeding, and getting a resolution of those issues through a declaratory order would still have the effect of establishing precedent applicable in subsequent proceedings, notwithstanding the fact that not all utilities would necessarily participate in that proceeding. However, the order that does propose that because this is a declaratory judgment proceeding, and this is similar to the situation we had with New Mexico Gas Company's petition for a declaratory order that was before the Commission with regard to the Vehicle Electrification Act, the issue of whether it applies to gas companies. Notice of this declaratory proceeding can be fashioned in such a manner to apprise other utilities and interested parties of this declaratory order proceeding and thereby afford those parties the opportunity to actively litigate these issues in this case. Therefore, the order that I prepared finds that the legal issues that are set forth in the petitions in case 2211 UT, PNM's application, and case 2212, the Water Utility Authority in Bernalillo County's petition, are appropriate to be resolved through the issuance of a declaratory order. And because those issues, as I stated at the beginning, concern the same subject matter, the two petitions should be consolidated into a single proceeding. The order, consistent with PNM's representation that this would be acceptable in the instance that we grant the declaratory order petition, or rather the petition to hear the matters through a declaratory order, would dismiss PNM's application in case 2121. Several parties have also requested that hearing examiner Anthony Medeiros be reappointed as a hearing examiner to address the declaratory order petitions due to his familiarity with the legal issues that were raised in case 2121, as well as his handling of decoupling cases in the past in previous applications. Therefore, the order would also assign hearing examiner, Mr. Medeiros. I stand for questions.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Hall.
So I would support what Mike is proposing we do. Basically, what he's described is the decoupling cases started out as a contested case. Well, it's still a contested case, but it was proceeding toward hearing. It was almost at a hearing, and then we had an action by PNM for a declaratory judgment, which is just purely a matter of law. And then other parties filed a kind of a competing declaratory action matter. And this order that Mike has is proposing would combine those two proceedings because they're both dealing with the same legal matters, just from opposing sides. And to me, it does make sense from an efficiency standpoint. And I believe he did explain that, well, I can't repeat his words, but under certain circumstances, I guess if there's, if they become aware that there's a factual issue they need to deal with or something, they'll go back to the case wherein there is the initial case that was filed, so they can address factual matters. But for right now, everybody just wants to conclude address the legal issues that were brought up in those two motions for petitions for declaratory order. So I would like to move that order too. And I think it's, we've heard the whole history, and that's very useful and interesting, but it's pretty simple. We just need to approve combining these two actions.
So we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second that, Mr. Chair. But I do have some discussion.
Yes.
On the motion.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
But Commissioner Hall made the motion, so I think the maker of the motion gets the first opportunity to take the floor for discussion. Commissioner Hall, do you have anything else?
No, I had no further discussion. It's just a dispositive order, so it's not a big deal, but please do go ahead.
Well, this is fast becoming a very complex case. And, while I do agree with, the concept of decoupling, I have an understanding of what legislative intent is relative to, the black and white lettering in the statute. So with that being said, I'm a little concerned about how this order could potentially limit the subsequent rulemaking process. We only have a statute to go by. Yes, ideally, if we had a rule, that would be best. So I'm wondering how this could impact the rulemaking. So what precedential value will the order have going into a rulemaking on decoupling? And this question is for Mike.
So at this point, the issues surrounding the legal challenges and positions, I guess I'll put it that way, of the applicant and the interveners are such that the reason everybody, I think, believed that a declaratory order would be appropriate, and the hearing examiner found that, is because there have been a number of cases previously that have raised these legal issues, and there has not, I don't think, been a satisfactory resolution of a lot of those issues. So if we had a rulemaking proceeding at this point, these same issues would really be the first thing that would come up in the rulemaking. So this is really an opportunity for the commission to resolve these sort of as people have described them, threshold legal issues, and have a ruling that would be subject, to an appeal to the Supreme Court in the event that parties disagreed with those rulings. And because it's a declaratory judgment action without an application, a specific application pending, it's an appropriate forum in which the other utilities that may be affected by this could participate and on an equal footing argue those legal issues with the knowledge that it's potentially going to become part of a rulemaking. So I don't think it would preclude the commission. I think it would actually advance the commission's ability to have an efficient rulemaking process, especially given the limited amount of time we have by statute once we actually open a notice of proposed rulemaking, and potentially avoid having a rule that immediately goes to the Supreme Court on an appeal.
Thanks for that, Mike. I had maybe one other or a few other questions. I understand the three primary threshold legal questions that are going to be answered, through this action, through this declaratory order. But there was another, I think, challenge in that the act of opening a decoupling case that's not in conjunction with a rate case is piecemeal and retroactive rate making. Will that also be resolved in this declaratory order and included in the other three threshold legal questions?
Yes, that is one of the issues that was raised in the declaratory orders. I mean, petitions.
Okay, but there's only three. It said, does the statute provide for full revenue decoupling, or does it apply to only energy efficiency and load management programs? Does it apply to all customer classes? And will the commission allow for an amendment to the return on equity? So I see four there, and I just hope that is also addressed in this action. Is there language in the order that can assure that other question is addressed?
Actually, in the petition in case 2212, one of the issues identified by the Albuquerque-Bernalillo Water Utility Authority is whether a standalone decoupling proposal violates the commission's prohibition on piecemeal and retroactive rate making.
Okay, and then I just had one procedural question. Whenever proceedings are stayed, is it customary to toll the clock, particularly when there's a subsequent conditional action by an involved party? Because, without tolling the clock, this really put everyone under the gun. I think we had an ultimate deadline to act of March 28th. And these are complex issues with many parties involved in multiple cases. And so is it customary to toll the clock when proceedings are stayed, or is there wide latitude on the part of hearing examiners to do that?
That is, I think we've talked about that before, that's a provision that we've been trying to make sure that we have in place whenever there's a stay or I guess let's put it this way, a stay for any purpose when somebody requests a stay of that nature. I think there was some confusion, which is what also motivated the Attorney General, and which I also was under the impression that there was a stay. But when I sat down to write this up, I realized I found the PNM response to the Attorney General which had not been served on me. And I don't know how through the electronic filing process, I didn't see it until I was writing everything out, and then realized what PNM's position really was on this. And so, yes, we need to make sure that we do have a tolling agreement in place for any stay.
Thanks, Mike, because it's difficult. I could sense that the parties were really rushing, to respond this up by the March 28th deadline. So if we could do that going forward, I think that would be great. I think it'd be a much more thorough and deliberative process if we include the tolling the clock in conjunction with staying proceedings. And just in closing, Mr. Chair, I want to thank the Attorney General's office for getting involved. Although they maybe mischaracterized PNM's intent on their petition, but their intervention is very welcomed, particularly in this case. That's all I had, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. Further discussion? Well, then I have one item here in that has to do with how long this declaratory action might take. Is there any time limit on it, or is there any sense of when it would be complete?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, there is no time limit on. In fact, PNM specifically responded that way to the Attorney General in terms of the question of whether there would be adequate opportunity to address all these issues as there would be in a rulemaking. And I know Mr. Medeiros has a number, as we're all aware, a number of significant cases in front of him. But in my conversations with him, I know he's anticipating, that he's going to have to devote attention to all these cases. And in Anthony's normal fashion, I expect he'll do that in his normal, prudent and expeditious manner.
And I raise this because I know PNM is has been planning to introduce a rate case. And per the issue that Commissioner Maestas raised, where I, personally, there are really strong arguments to consider about whether this always belongs as part of a rate case or not. And obviously, you can't go forward with the rate case until this is decided. So I want to be sure we've got that in mind, and everybody's comfortable with the consequences of that.
Mr. Chairman, just on that point, if I may, I have the same exact concerns. In fact, I raised the concern with Mike, and Mike consulted with Anthony and I think Ashley regarding this, because I don't want to interfere with this proposed rate case that's supposed to be coming in summer of 2021. And I realize that putting an arbitrary constraint by setting a deadline on the hearing examiner is probably not prudent, but I felt like there should be language in that there should be a date to strive for sometime in the mid to late summer to complete this procedure, this case. But I was talked out of that, so that's why I'm letting it ride. But I wanted to tell you, I share the same.
Whoops, we lost you, Joe. Your voice.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, sorry about that. I was done, Mr. Chair, but I just share your concern, and I think there should be some deadline to strive for.
So I think I saw Ashley on. I don't know if I saw Anthony, but do you guys have any comments on that you can share?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, Ashley.
I think it's just not a good idea to establish a deadline to get a case like this completed. I think everyone already recognizes that there are complex issues, and who knows what's going to happen during the course of the case. There might be a need to look at some facts. I don't know what the parties are going to do. So I think Anthony's certainly aware of what's going on with PNM in terms of the Four Corners abandonment case, in terms of the upcoming rate case, and how this might fit into all of that. So I think I would ask that you kind of respect the hearing examiner's judgment in how to proceed with these things. We're aware of these of these issues, and we're not going to hold things up unreasonably, and we haven't done that in the past. And so, I mean, that's my concern. That's my request, that you respect Anthony's experience and how to handle this case.
Okay, thank you, Ashley.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Hall.
I just wanted to state, I think this is the most efficient way to do things, because without solving these legal problems, you can't move forward on the factual determinations, because you need to have the proper guiding law in place. And while I do share your concerns and Commissioner Maestas' concerns about the fact that piecemeal rate making should not occur, it's better to do things like, it's appropriate to do things within the context of a rate case. That crossed my mind as well. And I was actually a bit conflicted about this. I really do trust Anthony's judgment about what is the best way to proceed. And that's where I wanted to be coming from. And I totally agree with what Ashley says. They're real aware of how to most efficiently proceed. And I don't think a deadline would be helpful, frankly. It could make it more challenging for the parties. So I think we just have to let the process play out. And I think I think Anthony was reluctant to do it this way, but he recognized that it was the most efficient way to do it. So I think we should just accept that and go forward.
Any other discussion from commissioners? Then Mike, let's take the vote.
Commissioner Maestas.
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd.
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Aye.
Commissioner Hall.
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman.
Aye. And thank you, Ashley and Anthony, for listening to our concerns. We appreciate it. On to item 10. Commission inquiry into the impacts of the extreme weather event on utilities and ratepayers, and 21-00045. Russell, this is yours.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, commissioners. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So as you will recall, at last week's open meeting, I presented Commissioner Vicente Aguilar's proposed order to open an inquiry in this matter and to ask a number of questions. And various commissioners had proposed changes and instructions, and I was instructed to bring the matter back this week. One of the things that I was instructed to do was to contact the Office of the New Mexico Attorney General and get any lists of questions that they may have issued in their investigation in order to avoid excessive duplication of efforts between any commission inquiry and the AG's inquiry. So I spoke with Gideon Elliott and Robert Lundeen of the AG's office on Friday. They were extremely helpful. They said they have not even issued any sets of questions yet in their investigation because, first of all, they're still in the process of tracing back from the utility retailer level upstream to the gas marketers who sold to those to the utilities. There may be gas marketers then who sold to those gas marketers, all the way back up to, they said, the suppliers at the wellhead level. In other words, right at where the gas comes out of the ground. So they're still in that process. And the other reason that they have not issued any questions is because they're trying to coordinate their investigation with the investigations that are being done at the federal level, which are still getting started. And they mentioned as one of those investigations, I guess the Federal Commodities Futures and Trading Commodities Commission or something like that. The agency that regulates commodities and futures trading is doing an investigation. So they're trying to coordinate. The AG's office is trying to coordinate with those agencies. With regard to overlap, the good news is that I don't think the commission even needs to consider the possibility of overlap because the AG's office is focused on those levels upstream of the utilities, of the retailers. From, like I said, the gas marketers to the suppliers, however many levels there are there. This is a very broad generalization, and as I noted in my memo, their investigation could take a turn. You never know. This is an early stage, but it sounds like at this point, the AG's office sees the utilities primarily as victims in this. But again, that's a very broad generalization. They didn't actually say that, but their comments made it sound as if they're really focused on people upstream of the utilities who are selling to the utilities and people who are selling to those people, et cetera. They specifically mentioned that they were concerned about Zia Natural Gas and Raton Natural Gas. I think as the commission is also concerned because they're small gas companies, particularly exposed to the market and unable to pay those large amounts without, as we've heard, financing. So one thing that was mentioned is that they were disturbed by the fact that one of those gas companies asked for the gas marketer to basically to do the financing, to do the spreading the payments out over time so that this small gas company wouldn't have to do the financing itself by going to a bank. And the gas marketer refused to do that apparently. And there was another remark he said that concerned him, that a gas marketer told a utility that the utility had no choice but to get the gas from that marketer and to pay the exorbitant price. So just a little taste of what they're looking into. So like I said, I don't think there's going to be any overlap, and the commission should, if the commission wants to go forward with the inquiry, the commission should ask every relevant question that it wants to. So what I've done is prepared a proposed order that is essentially the same as the proposed order that you had before you last week, except I was asked to do a little bit of consolidation. I think I eliminated one, maybe two questions that I thought were redundant. And then I added question J, the highlighted question about identifying those marketers that had supplied natural gas during the period in question to all these utilities, even though, as I said, the commission doesn't regulate those marketers. Obviously, on the other side of those same those agreements with the marketers are the utilities that the commission does regulate. And then also in question J, that would require the filing of the operative agreements. I remember one of the commissioners last week asked if we could see those. Of course we can see those. I just put a little note in there about if there's any confidentiality concerns, then they can file under claim of confidentiality. And that I noted, as we usually note in our protective orders, that filing under a claim of confidentiality provides protection that's temporary and may be permanent, but the commission will make an independent determination if the issue of confidentiality is raised, for example, by public records request. So it's not filing under a claim of confidentiality is not a guarantee of confidential treatment in the future, but it does provide some protection for those documents that are validly confidential. Let's see, is there anything else? I think that may be it. With that, I will take any questions. Oh, I also extended the response date to May 7th. Yes, so that's it. So I'll take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Russell. Commissioner, comments, questions?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I don't have any questions, and I would move the order. But if there's other discussion, I'm fine with that.
And I will second that.
Okay.
Terrific.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Commissioner Maestas.
I'd like to offer a friendly amendment.
Go ahead.
Okay, it is on on number 6, F as in Frank, regarding the question, what role did fuel reserves play in your response to this weather event? Could fuel reserves be utilized in a way to prevent price shock to customers in the future? So I have an added inserted statement, and I had it sent to Isaac. I don't know if Isaac can display it, but let me just explain the reason why I was taken aback by the New Mexico Gas Company and in their ineffectiveness in accessing all of their gas reserves, because the contractor invoked the force majeure clause in that contract. And, you know, this is an act of God. I mean, I would think that that's one of the primary uses or intentions of having reserves. And so I just wanted to add some related questions. And if I may, I'd like to just read them, or if Isaac can display them, that's fine too. But let me just read out what I'd like to add. And this would be in addition to the existing part 6F. What prevented you from fully accessing available fuel reserves? Next question, in agreements or contracts for fuel reserves, were there provisions that prevented you from fully accessing those reserves? And then the last additional question is, what changes should be made to such agreements or contracts, such as amending force majeure clauses to allow for greater access to fuel reserves? That's it, Mr. Chair.
I'll accept that amendment.
Pardon?
I will accept that amendment.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Russell, did you catch all that?
I did, and I have it in somewhat shortened form. So if Isaac has it, or if if Isaac doesn't have it, Commissioner Maestas or Jonas can send it directly to me. It's been read on the record, and now it's incorporated. Also, I don't have to have it typed perfectly right now. I can just have someone send it to me, whether Isaac or Jonas, and I'll be fine.
Russell, I did get that in a chat from Jonas. Sorry, I was not able to display it in a chat format. I was trying to, but Commissioner Maestas got through the reading of it before I was able to get it up on the screen. But I will pass those on to you, Russell.
Okay, great.
So it's moved as amended. First, moved by Commissioner Maestas, seconded by Commissioner Hall.
Yeah, it's backwards, I thought. I moved it and I didn't hear who seconded it, but that's fine.
Yeah, I'll second it as amended.
Okay, terrific. And Russell, just one discussion comment before we vote. And it does seem to me there's some overlap in the contracts in terms of the work the AG may do and we may do. Does that look like an eventuality to you? The contracts between the marketers and the utilities.
Yes, that is certainly where the intersection happens. I don't know what kind of actual penalties or relief or whatever kind of what the AG's office would pursue in that area. But I guess what I was saying in terms of overlap is that I think every area of questioning that the commission has that pertains to the retailers, including this area which intersects with the other side with gas marketers, would not be an area of overlap with regard to, or duplication with regard to inquiry with asking questions.
Right, but it is an area where I assume you guys might be trading notes.
Yes, and the AG's office is very open to keeping us informed, and they were very, very helpful last week.
Okay, because it'd be nice in approaching the contracts that we wouldn't want to be pushing the gas marketers one way and the utilities another. It'd be nice if both efforts were pushing the same direction.
I agree. That would be definitely an area of coordination.
Okay, terrific. Any other commissioner comments? Okay, so let's go to a vote. Mike?
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas,
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman,
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
Commissioner Hall.
Aye.
Commissioner, the proposed motion as, rather, the proposed order as amended is approved by a vote of 5-0.
Okay, on to item 11, 20-00190, commission rulemaking on amendments to NMPRC rules for electronic filing. And Judith, please go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Chair, members of the commission, I went through the proposed changes to the Commission Rules of Procedure 1.2.2 NMAC in a fair amount of detail last week, and I can go through other changes. We've only made very small, minor adjustments since last week, and Isaac is showing you the rule. I think as we scroll through, the minor adjustments are in green, which basically indicates that after June 30th, 2021, we will no longer have the fire marshal office as part of the PRC. So that's what that changes. And Isaac will scroll down further and clarifying that regular business hours are the hours of mountain time, whether it be standard or daylight savings. In addition, deleting the fire marshal's office. And Isaac will scroll down further. These are items that we basically just captured upon rereading it and rereading a few of the comments filed by EPE and staff. Let's see if there's anything else.
I don't believe there are any other highlighted sections, Judy. Would you display anything?
So those are the only changes that were made from last week, and the proposed order would adopt the changes as discussed last week and now. And I stand for questions.
Commissioners?
Mr. Chair, I'd move the order.
I'm going to second. Any discussion? Mike, please take the roll.
Commissioner Maestas,
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
Commissioner Hall,
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman.
Aye.
Commissioners, the order is approved by a vote of 5-0.
On to item 12, the implementation of federal 988 National Suicide Prevention Lifeline 20-00202. And Russell, this is yours.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. I'm just going to do a brief introduction and turn it over to telecom staff. I believe we have Eugene Evans and Mike Ripperger on. And I provided the commissioners with a copy of the notes provided to me by staff that they will be using for their presentation on this matter. And also the flyer that was created, I think I said by the FCC, but I think it was actually created by the National Numbering Group, which I think works under the FCC's auspices. I'll let the staff describe this in more detail. As I noted in my memo, I put this on for discussion and possible action because this is a very unusual sort of thing that is happening here. The FCC is instituting they've already had a National Suicide Prevention Lifeline, but they want to have a number like a 911 type number, in this case 988. In order to do that, due to numbering conventions and such, They have for states that have 7-digit dialing as we do, but have multiple area codes. And I think especially because we have area codes that are split into North and South, there has to be a switch to 10-digit dialing. And the commission's role on this, we haven't been given a specific role by the FCC or delegated one, but I think it's really I think the commission's role is to make sure that the commission also uses its public office to help provide notice of this this change and the need for 10-digit dialing. So with that, I think I'll just go ahead and turn it over to staff because they're more conversant in that than I am. I will note, like I did in my memo, that we have already provided notice on on the commission website of this change and the need for 10-digit dialing, which becomes the hard deadline is in October. But also people will be receiving, anyone who does 7-digit dialing for a local call within the state will receive a message that's put out there by, I think, this National Numbering Association. Staff can describe that. So they'll be receiving other forms of notice as well. So unless the commission wants to ask me any questions, I would recommend just going forward with staff's presentation.
So let's go ahead. Eugene, you're taking
Mr.
it?
Chairman, and Eugene, if you need to display anything, you have the ability to share your screen. I know Russell referenced a document or two.
Yes, well, the document is, well, first of all, good afternoon, Chairman, Fishman, and commissioners, as well as the commission. As Russell Fitz said, that the document is prominently been placed on our New Mexico PRC websites for further viewing, as well as getting information upon that. As Russell indicated in a brief way, he did a pretty good overview of it, but I'm going to try to give a little bit more information upon what it actually it is. So let me start off by saying, we have been asked to give this brief presentation on the dialing procedure change that is soon going to be made by the U.S. Congress in conjunction with the FCC, the Assistant Secretary of Health and Human Service of Mental Health and Substance, and as well with the Veteran Administration. And this is going to be a creation of a 911 not a 911, a 988, as Russell indicated, suicide prevention hotline, and a move to a 10-digit dialing sequence. Now, if I may, I would like to give a little bit more of a slight background, adding a little bit what Russell had indicated earlier, and that is that, the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline and the Veteran Crisis Line is a national network, approximately 170 crisis centers linked by a toll-free number of 1-800-273-8255 or TALK. And it's available for people in suicide crisis or emotional distress. Now, both the Congress and the FCC have recognized the need to ease access to an easy to remember 3-digit dialing code for the Lifeline. And within that, the Suicide Hotline Improvement Act of 2018, Congress directed the FCC in coordination with, as said, the Assistant Secretary of Health and Human Services and Mental Health and Services, Secretary of Veteran Affairs as well, to do the following, and that is to analyze the effectiveness of the existing Lifeline, including how well it is working to address the need of veterans, to examine the feasibility of designating a simple, easy to remember 3-digit dialing code to be used for a national suicide prevention and mental health crisis hotline system. Also, the Suicide Hotline Improvement Act required the FCC in conducting its feasibility analysis to consider each of the current N11 dialing codes, such as the 211, 311, 411, 511, 611, 711, 811, and 911, respectively, as well as other simple, easy to remember 3-digit dialing codes, the non-N11 codes, for repurposing, along with consulting with the North American Numbering Council and the review reports provided by the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration and the VA. Now, as of September 2019, there was 95 area codes that both use the 7-digit dialing and have assigned 988 as an NXX prefix. In these areas, a central office switch would need to distinguish between 988 suicide hotline and the assigned 988 central office code. This issue primarily affects wireline networks with legacy switching infrastructure, since most of the wireless and the voice over IP services already requires a 10-digit dialing with newer switch hardware and software. Both the New Mexico 505 and the 575 area codes will be affected by this mandatory change. The FCC has mandated the adoption of the 988 suicide preventive hotline to be implemented by July 16, 2022. What I like to say at this time, when it begins to change, now beginning of April the 24th of this year, 2021, you will start dialing a 10-digit area code plus telephone number for all local calls. And if you forget to dial, the 10 digits and just dial 7, your call still will be completed. However, it is trying to get to the point where you can dial 10 and you can also dial the 7. That is up to the point where it is having that allow that little moment of time when you can to get everyone pretty much used to doing that. Now, when the change become mandatory, and that will begin 6 months later, October the 24th of this year, 2021, you must dial 10 digits, the area code plus the telephone number for all local calls on and after the date. Local calls dialed with only 7 digits may not be completed with a recording that will inform you that your call cannot be completed as dial. Now, if you do get the recording, then you must hang up and dial again using the 7 area code plus the 7-digit telephone number. Now, the FCC and the telephone providers are working diligently to implement this process to meet the required deadline purposes by the adopted order, which is FCC 20-100. More information for the public about this process has been, as Mr. Fix said, placed on our New Mexico PRC website promptly. So it's on the beginning here. And at that point, I would like to also say that staff has been attending monthly meetings with NAPA, which is basically the North American Numbering Plan Association. And they are the individual group agency that basically give out numbers, assign numbers and stuff of that nature that we have as dialing sequence. And so we have been monitoring their monthly meetings in which they have been giving the carriers their procedures on trying to get their infrastructures together and to implement this sequence of changing their switches, and so they can be, so the 10 digits can be performed. So they have milestones to come and to meet until this date where it becomes mandatory, in which they have been. And so basically, we as a commission just got to get the information out. We have to inform our citizens and that the fact this change is coming. And basically, that's what our duties are. So at this point, at the end of that, I can stand for any kind of questions if there is any from the commissioners.
Commissioners, I'll just make, it says potential action here. This was really sounded more like just an update. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, I can answer that question. I put it on for possible action just because, like I said, this is such an unusual sort of thing. I don't think we need any action from the commission unless commissioners have a particular idea as to what they would like to do. Our plans are really to, possibly refresh the notice on the website to, be more urgent as the time, as it gets closer. You can just leave it in our hands to do that, and do press release or press releases, as what we think might be most helpful. But I want the commission to know that this is what we're doing. And if the commission had any ideas about what the commission would like to do regarding notice, then I wanted the commission to have that opportunity. One thing I would like to note is I think I made a mistake, and Eugene clarified in his presentation. My understanding was that the recorded notification that people receive when they dial 7 digits would begin in April. Even though the calls would go through, there would still be some kind of notification. It sounds like if you dial a 7-digit number starting in April, you don't get any notification. It's only in October, when the call doesn't go through, that you get that notification. Is that right, Eugene?
That is correct, Russell. As it is when it starts on the 24th, it's more of a passive aspect. You can do both ways. Hopefully, okay. Remember that you can dial to 10 and you're required to do so. But if for some reason or other, that is not done, it will still go through without any prompt. Now, when the October 24th come around, you will then start getting prompt that your call will not be going through and that you have to hang up and dial 10 digits.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Maestas.
That was the only question I had, because in looking at the attached notice, it didn't mention that there would be an automatic recording between April and October. And so, I mean, look, I am someone who has many contacts, in my smartphone that don't have the area code. So I think there's going to be a massive effort on the part of folks to start including the full area code. But I agree that we need to have a sustained campaign all the way through October, through any means possible. In addition to press releases, I think we need the cooperation of all the telecom providers to help get the word out. That's all I had.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
If there are no other questions, we'll move on.
Chairman Fishman, can I address Commissioner Maestas, please?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Commissioner Maestas, one of the things that is part of the milestones that the carriers are doing with NAPA and the FCC is notifying their customers, notifying that is interconnected with their infrastructure. A lot of the alarm system companies, anything that naturally does deal with a 7 digits, to put this information out, and it's their requirements. Now, our side is also to kind of double it up and double down and try to do as much as we can as well with our own citizens here. But throughout the states that is affected by this, it is a lot of the onus are on the carriers, and we just have to make sure that is being done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, so we're on to communications with Chief of Staff.
Thank you, Commissioner Chairman and Commissioners. I'll be brief. We have a Bochum building visit scheduled for tomorrow, just to catch up on the status of the tenant improvements and progress that has been made thus far. We were also scheduled to continue negotiations on parking arrangements. And I know I'll reach out to Commissioner Maestas after the meeting adjourns, so we can continue to pursue opportunities and with other parking vendors adjacent to the Bochum building to ensure that we have appropriate parking spaces available. The session is approaching its final days, as you all know. They're working on the clock. They're rolling 24 hours a day, pretty much. So I'm just monitoring all of the bills, and we'll have that discussion here in a little bit. One other thing that I think I'd like to bring up and just get some input or feedback from the commissioners, and what reminded me to bring this up is that Commissioner Maestas asked that we forward specific notifications filed by our utility companies. And I'm curious if we can maybe discuss the service list and to ensure that the commissioners are appropriately placed on those service lists to ensure that you're receiving filings from the utility companies as they're filed, obviously. I know a lot of it gets uploaded into the docket, but with so many dockets and so many moving pieces, I think it's important that all of the commissioners are appropriately notified when things are filed. And so I just wanted to make that comment, bring it up. I'm not sure if OGC has any comment on that, but I know you can always go into the docket and find the information, but it's always helpful to have an email come across and notifies you, hey, there's something there, go read it, or just some type of notification. So that's the only comment I had.
Jason, this is Steve. I would appreciate that. I check periodically and I see what's there, but it'd be nice to get an email notification when it first comes in.
Okay, I'll work with OGC.
And I'm definitely not getting them. So
Okay.
on many of the cases.
And that's all I had, Mr. Chairman. I'll stand for questions.
Commissioners?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Yes, this is for Jason. So you're talking about your work with with everybody involved as far as moving in at the Vulcan building. So when can you announce that we are ready to take in our laptop computers?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, I hope I can get some updated information after tomorrow's walkthrough and visit on the progress made with the tenant improvements. Obviously, I would appreciate that the construction is complete. Then they can get a new certificate of service from the local fire department. And we can get our capacities increased on the number of persons that we can have in the building because of the improvements, et cetera. And then we will proceed with moving furniture. I personally, I think I'm trying to probably target a May 1st date of when you can actually plug and play a computer, I guess is the best way to describe that. That gives me the ability to work with our moving vendor to get our furniture from the storage units into the Bochum building and then lay it out, including the hearing room, et cetera. I'll be working with Miguel, and he has already begun a dialogue with DoIT to ensure that we'll have a network available, et cetera, as early as April. But I just think there's going to be a lot of furniture moving around, and after we get it out of the storage unit and into the Bochum building, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, on to communications with General Counsel.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I think Judy has something she wanted to raise with the commission. Judy?
Yes, Mr. Chair, members of the commission, ZIA Natural Gas has a financing case number 21-00048. It was seeking emergency approval by March 24th, which is next week. And it provided notice, and its affidavit of publication and notice was filed. I'm just asking whether or not the commission is planning on doing a public hearing that requires a transcript, and so that we could get a court reporter. And that would only be necessary if the commission wanted to ask Zia and staff any questions regarding this matter. Was expedited, so it didn't go to a hearing examiner, and it's had it hasn't had a lot of filings yet by staff. I think we're getting a filing before the 24th, but Zia asked for this very expedited schedule. So I'm just asking procedurally whether or not you would like to do a public hearing at the beginning of next week's meeting before a court reporter, a short public hearing, and then we would have the order on the agenda for approval or disapproval or modification right after that hearing.
Commissioner comments? Got a question, Judy, is would we need a hearing in order to make any changes to what the staff did? If we waited till an order, would it just be a yes or no on an order when we voted if we did not do a hearing?
Well, there would, if you wanted to modify it, yes, there would need to be a hearing. because otherwise there would be no evidence in the record to substantiate any type of modification.
Okay. And would there be, would we see something early enough that we could work with general counsel if we needed to make any modifications? I don't want to get to the date and then be stuck if there's something that's amiss.
The procedural order was signed by single signature, and it stated that ZEO would file a proposed final order by March 19th, which is Friday, and that would be then reviewed by general counsel and sent to all the commissioners with the e-agenda on Friday.
So I have this instinct to play it safe and plan as if we were going to do the hearing, see what we get, and then if we get the hearing day and it lasts 5 minutes, then it's 5 minutes. But at least we can take care of it without running up against a deadline. Does that make sense, or am I not understanding?
In addition, staff would like a public hearing.
Okay. So other commissioners, any thoughts on that? Sounds like it's the right way to go procedurally to do it. So why don't we plan to go ahead with that?
Would you like to run it as the designated presiding officer, Commissioner Fishman, or would you prefer to have a hearing examiner be the presiding officer?
I always like someone other than a commissioner, because it's easier to pay attention to what's going on if you're not running the meeting. So however that can be done.
We can do the designation of a presiding officer by a subsequent single signature order.
Okay. I'm not hearing any problems or objections from other commissioners. Okay, then it sounds like we're good with that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other general counsel communications?
I think that's it.
Okay. Thanks, Michael. Communications with commissioners. Commissioner Maestas, he's got his head. You know, it's like you got up right away, like you're hurried. You're worried someone's getting in front of you.
No, only because I have some comments and a very informal request to the commission. In light of what we heard earlier in this meeting regarding, improper disconnections and the plight of utility customers during the pandemic and through the recovery, I have some great news in that the Secretary of the Department of Finance and Administration called me and asked to partner with DFA to roll out an emergency rental assistance federal program. And basically in December, Congress appropriated money for emergency rental assistance. The assistance includes assistance with utilities. And one of the major provisions in this ERA, Emergency Rental Assistance Program, is that payments can be made directly to utilities. And so the kind of funding we're talking about is quite extensive. The state of New Mexico as a whole was allocated $200 million. All pueblos across the country have a separate allocation, and that totals $800 million. I don't know what the breakout is for New Mexico tribal governments and pueblos. There were some direct allocations made to the city of Albuquerque, Doña Ana County, and Bernalillo County. But in the final summary of the kind of funding we're looking at in the DFA managed portion of this emergency rental assistance program, it potentially totals 184 million. So quite an extensive chunk of that. And here's the deal. This money must be obligated by the end of August. And so the DFA is working on an application portal. They're bringing in experts throughout the state government, but they'd like to partner with us informally at this point to gather information on utilities. They want contacts, names, and addresses of all utilities that we regulate. and others that we don't. They'd like a consolidated report of the arrearages that we're already getting, including information regarding disconnections. Obviously, there are challenges because there's other criteria involved in this program. It's not cut and dry as I'm sure anyone would expect. There's always some red tape. And so there's going to have to be some kind of clearing or eligibility determination through the application process. But there is great potential where the utility assistance portion of that aid could go directly to the utility companies. And so instead of going through some of the initial information they request, I'm asking the commission if they provide an informal okay to allow staff to provide this information. It's really nothing new. It's just a consolidation of it and maybe some additional information. But there are going to be greater challenges ahead because this is primarily a rental assistance. Utility assistance is only going to be provided to people that are renters, at least at this point. Now, there is going to be additional funding, similar funding that could be open to homeowners as well in the future. So we may have an opportunity to work with utility companies to maybe broaden the profile of customers to better facilitate the allocation of this federal funding. So I think I've gone on long enough, but there's $184 million. DFA is the lead. We are just providing information and we're just, providing minor support. But if they in fact decide to allocate money directly to public utilities as a means to expedite the obligation of these funds, then our role could be much more extensive. And maybe then I could come back to the commission with more details. And I want to just tell all my colleagues and everyone, this was a kind of a snap call. I didn't have much information about the program. Jonas, my assistant, did some quick research and got me some FAQs on it. And I'm happy to share this with appropriate staff and the entire commission so they can get an idea of what this is. I will tell you, though, that Doña Ana County and Bernalillo County, minus the city of Albuquerque, have already launched their assistance program. They've designed forms to determine eligibility. In terms of what their policies and procedures are, we don't yet know, but that is one of the primary requirements, that the state have policies and procedures on how to determine eligibility, how much to provide. And so I could go on and on, Mr. Chair, but this is an exciting development, and I'm excited that the executive has reached out to the PRC and requested us to partner.
Definitely. Mr. Chair, I've got a question for Commissioner Maestas. I just want to seek your clarification. You're saying it's through a rental assistance program, but if they do it and there's a utility component, I take it that component would pay for utility bills for renters. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so I don't know what proportion what the proportion is of utility renters versus, renters versus homeowners, but for purposes of the other sources of funding, either that are, in the possession of the utilities themselves, like the 3 IOUs, they have some, I think they each have some sort of devoted fund supported by their shareholders, or at least 2 of the 3 do. That would have some bearing on tapping those sources. It just makes more funds available overall to the whole pool of consumers. So that if this turns out to be a real commitment, then I think that's wonderful. Good.
Any other questions? If not, do I have an informal nod?
Yeah. Any objections, commissioners?
To do what? No, I'm on board with it.
So just go ahead and feel comfortable to coordinate and just keep us updated, Commissioner Maestas.
Yeah,
will do.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Mr. Chair.
I was going to say, it seems to me you almost certainly have to pay directly to the utilities to be sure the money actually serves the purpose that it's intended to.
Yeah.
And I can imagine about 20 different ways of handling that. So it'll be interesting to see.
Yeah, and you'll see when you read these frequently asked questions, there's a lot of, potential options for administering this program. There's allowances for relying on an attestation by the applicant in lieu of proper documentation. So it's going to be a challenge, Mr. Chair, but I think we already have the experiences of Doña Ana and Bernalillo County to draw from. So things are moving very fast. I understand they're really going to roll it out near the end of the month. But DFA gave us permission to mention it in a public meeting. So I think this is really, really important.
Terrific. Other commissioner comments?
Mr. Chair, just one last thing. I just want to solicit any recommendations for technical expertise so we can get going on our own procurement plan. Talking about potential model training on the advocacy side, any technical expertise needed on the advisory side. We need to kind of prioritize this to begin rolling them out. And as I mentioned before, Jonas and I are working on a protocol for technical review for typical actions like CCNs and replacement resources and so forth. So I just want to make sure my colleagues are focused on that so we can really get going on obligating. I think the last quote we had was we have about 100,000 in the contracts budget. And I want to make sure that we're not in a pinch to get that spent down before the end of the fiscal year. That's all I had, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Maestas. On that point, Jason, I assume you're pursuing that expertise without waiting on the commission. Am I correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we're in the process of procuring professional services to help with the PNM Avangrid merger. First and foremost, we also have an existing contract with the Prime Group that's assisting the utilities division on the SPS and EPE rate cases, I believe, if I'm correct. I know John's also on the call if he wants to elaborate any more. And then we'll have to see where we go with the modeling requirements as we've discussed the last few commission meetings, and see what is directed or what staff is directed to do. So we have some funding set aside for that. I do know that Jonas is also working with the Administrative Services Division to procure some expertise in assisting the commission with rulemaking. I think that's what Commissioner Maestas was referring to as well.
Yep. Okay, so it would be helpful, and I'm sure you'll be doing this anyway, Jason, just keep us apprised as to the kind of expertise you're bringing on as it comes forward, and specifically what they're intended to work on. And I'm assuming this is going to be contracts for projects. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, when you say contract for projects, I think we're just going to contract them to perform a specific scope of work. That's
what I mean.
Okay.
We've
even been entertaining the idea of having on-call services. I thank Commissioner Maestas for actually recommending something like that each fiscal year.
Okay, terrific. Other comments from commissioners?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I just had a couple of things I wanted to mention next week. I'm going to be inviting a group called Camus Energy to give us a little thumbnail sketch during our commission meeting. During public comments, I think is the place where they would do this, or a presentation, but it would be a very brief presentation on a topic that they presented as a webinar that I attended a couple of months ago. And then I asked them if they could present the webinar following the meeting. And so I'm trying to get that set up. But it has to do with grid modernization, local grid modernization, and the use of new technologies to facilitate it. It was really excellent quality. It was put on by, let's see, I'll have to bring up the document to tell you. Put on by an organization called Camus Energy, Microgrid Systems Laboratory, and they had a local presenter as well, Kit Carson Electric. So it was just a really good explanation of how smart grid technology can work to serve our needs even locally in New Mexico. So it's just very interesting. I'll have a time announced for you. The problem is we don't always know when the meetings will end. So I'll probably have to schedule it maybe at 2 or 3 in the afternoon. It's 90 minutes, but it's well worth watching. It's very educational. And then that's Wednesday. And then that Thursday on the 25th, we will be having the second workshop in the interconnection rulemaking. And that I invite everybody to attend that too. We have a little over 40 people signed up. And what we'll be doing in that workshop will be that we'll be going over the questions that were raised in our first workshop to identify the issues that arose from those questions, and then try to get the workshop participants to organize themselves around, self-identify for issues they want to work on and get our workshop working groups established. But I think the discussion about what the issues are that we've teased out would be interesting and informative if anybody's interested in that. So that'll be going on starting at 9:30 on Thursday morning next week on the 25th. So,
Okay.
that's what I've got.
Other commissioner communications. Okay, I got a couple quickies. One is we have a follow-up meeting with Sandia. I think can't remember whether it's tomorrow or Friday, but I think Cynthia and I will be attending that. This is Sandia putting together its modeling project for New Mexico and New Mexico resources to move to 100% renewables. And by the way, I got to give Cynthia a lot of credit for keeping that moving along, Commissioner Hall. Thank you. And I had earlier, about a month ago, raised issues about complaints about customer bills down in the EPE territory, mostly tied to big monthly changes in the fuel and purchase power clause. And staff has looked into that, and essentially what they found is there's no smoothing mechanism, which certainly creates a problem, and that one of the factors that's really changing is how much power is being sold to third parties who are not part of the native customer base has been changing significantly from month to month, and that's had a big whipsawing effect on those charges. And there does not appear to be any need to do any kind of follow-up audit or anything of that nature. Fortunately, in the upcoming rate case, they have proposed a smoothing mechanism that will help us avoid those problems in the future. So basically a 12-month rolling average. So we will see what happens with that, and just wanted to update the commission on those two things. Okay. So with that, let me do a quick check here. Do commissioners have a lot that they want to discuss on legislation at this point in time? Okay, if what I'd like to do then, Jason, is just take us through anything significant quickly, and then where commissioners need to comment, they will.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioners, I planned on being pretty quick. Obviously, the clock is running. House Bill 2 is being discussed on Senate floor. The House Bill 51 Environmental Database Act and House Bill 271 deposit of certain fees in motor trans fund have been sent up to the governor. So those are the only two bills that have gotten through both houses. I expect the Community Solar Act, Senate Bill 84, is likely to fly through with the recent amendments that have been proposed and approved by the committees. It's my understanding utilities no longer oppose the bill. And so I would expect, a decrease in opposition means, there's probably going to fly through that everybody's happy. But that's really what I wanted to present. If any commissioners want to dive into any of the bills, we're available.
Okay. On the Community Solar Act, correct me if I'm wrong, Jason. What I'm seeing is that it severely limits. It's much more narrow than what we had before in terms of the kinds of projects and that can be put together, and would therefore be a lot less burdensome on the commission. Is that a correct statement?
I believe so. I would ask if John wants to also confirm that. Before we also continue, I want to advise the commission that the sponsor, Senator Stefanik, also in the recent committee reminded the members that there's a fee available that the commission will be able to assess in attempt to recover costs that were identified in our FIR. And so I've been working with the senators on House Bill 2. There is some language that has been added and amended to House Bill 2 that allows the PRC to apply for about $500,000 if I think there's 4 or 5 very specific bills identified that we refer to them as unfunded mandates. But it was kind of unique how they did it with instead of just putting a disclaimer in House Bill 2, it actually now has language that the Board of Finance, I believe it says the Board of Finance, may award the PRC up to $500,000 if any of these bills are enacted upon. So we need that language in order for the fees to even be collected and used. Otherwise, we collect them and we revert to the general fund, right? That's all we would do. Yeah. So, John, do you have anything more to add on that?
Yes, Jason and commissioners. I've been roped in, not involuntarily, but I've been following the bill, and it has morphed pretty significantly during the session, and to the point where today, my understanding is that the utilities are no longer opposing the bill. The changes that I'd like to point out, which I think are worth knowing about, the bill now recognizes the potential of a subsidy of participating customers by non-participating customers, and it now explicitly caps that subsidy at 3%. Now, the burden on the oversight of that is on the commission, and subscriber organizations are now subject to PRC oversight. That's new as well. So there have been a number of significant changes, and the PRC is essentially the governing body over community solar. That's how I was looking for my last amendments. I'm not finding it now, but essentially, that's my understanding of the words, the new words, amended words in that statute. The other thing is what you said, Commissioner Fishman, Mr. Chair, is correct. The scope of it is smaller in the sense that each facility is limited to 5 megawatts, which is, in terms of land space, apparently that's 6 to 7 acres. And there is an aggregate cap, statewide cap in total for all facilities of 200 megawatts over the first 3 years of the program. And so it is essentially it's been described, I don't think it's in the statute, it's been described as a 3-year pilot, which would go on subject to the commission's review and wisdom at that point in time. So it requires that, it gives us more time to promulgate a rule, but it does require a rule by, I believe, the end of April of 2022. Once the rule is promulgated, then the development of community solar facilities can proceed. But what I'll disagree to some extent with you, Mr. Chair. I don't think it lightens the burden on the commission. I think the commission is probably more engaged because of this new structure, which essentially, the commission will have some authority over the commission would have set the bill credit rate in the original bill. But what this amended bill now does is that it sets the credit rates based on certain guidelines, but there is some language about not unduly subsidizing one or the other. I've forgotten exactly, but it does provide some not unduly phrase in there that, again, I'm a non-attorney, apologize for that, but
don't apologize.
That appears to give the commission some discretion. So a lot has changed on the bill. It was significantly amended when it passed the Senate. And then when it went to the House, some of those amendments were reversed piecemeal here and there. And there was a lot of debate about why they were reversed. And then there were some backtracking again in this last, I don't know, call backtracking, but some significant changes in the last set of amendments that led to, from what I heard from the sponsor at a committee hearing, Senator Stefanik, she met with the utilities on, I think it was last Saturday morning, and she agreed to, with the sponsors, agreed to these changes, and they were deemed friendly amendments, and utilities at that point were not opposing the latest version. So that's what I understand from the bill.
Okay, so bottom line, no savings in work, but the potential good news is that Jason and Commissioner Maestas made a good presentation, and they've at least given us an opportunity to get more funds if it passes. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other comments on bills?
All I had, Chairman, I'll stand for questions from commissioners. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I had one question about the other bill that Jason mentioned. The environmental data bill, is that, it seems, I don't know if I'm remembering what you're referring to, but there was a bill that imposed some obligations on the PRC in connection with either data connection or data processing. And our concern was that it was really more the bailiwick of the NMED. Is that the bill you're talking about? And should we still have more concerns?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Hall, House Bill 51, the Environmental Database Act. If memory serves me correct, John and I worked on an FIR because they were mandating that the PRC provide input and maps of facilities that we actually didn't even maintain. And that bill was actually amended based on our FIR. And now makes it somewhat optional, in my opinion, if the PRC had maps available to share them with the clearinghouse group.
Okay.
And it also removed pipelines. If you recall, it was originally in there and they removed it because of potential risk and exposure.
Okay. Thank you. That's all, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, any other commissioner comments, or Jason, anything more from you?
That's all I had, Mr. Chairman, commissioners. Thank you.
Well,
looking forward to Saturday, sign die.
You're not allowed to sleep until it's over.
I hear you loud and clear.
With that, unless there's any objection, let us adjourn. Thank you, everyone.
Take care.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Thank you.